Aló. Me muero. Oh. Pues tiene pinta de que jugaremos Minecraft. Minecraft. Entonces puedo cambiar cosas aquí. Pantallas. Quito es. Ah, no, vale. Ya sé cuál está. Esta no es. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Bueno, vamos a estar actualizando el launcher, ¿vale? Darle un momento. Gonna be my baby, gonna tell you my- I never see you ever had. I can turn you on. If you want. You wanna be my baby, tell you my crazy. I never see you ever. I can turn you on, on. Ah, no había. Ah. Ah. Wait. You wanna be my baby? No, you tell me my. You me crazy and the best you ever had. I can turn you on. Be my baby. No, tell me my. You me crazy and the best you ever had. I can turn you on. R. Error interno. What the fuck? You wanna be my baby? No, it's your mind. Crazy, I never see you ever had. I can turn you on. Baby, I can turn you on. And I can come me crazy, I never see you ever had. I can turn you on. Come here back more. Oh. No sé. Voy a dejar que se inicie otra vez, ¿así? Vale, creo. A ver, jugar.
Por supuesto una paella, pero para aclarar.
Vale. Y ahora que estoy en Twitch, que quería mirar, se me olvidó. Ah, vale, el título del survey, que nunca me acuerdo. Embarrassed. Then I try. I already had a penalty. It's romantic in Paris. Then I try to compare it. But I already have enough. It's romantic in Paris. Then I try to compare. Um. Mm-mm. Mm. Romantic. Uy, hago un lagazo. Vale, no tengo ni puta idea de qué estaba haciendo el último día. Uy. O más bien, ¿por qué estaba aquí? ¿Pero qué estaba haciendo? Sí. Mi pregunta es, ¿por qué vine aquí? Porque me morí y estaba reponiendo cosas. Pues, muy bien. Vale, estaba aquí porque estaba recolectando hierro, ¿verdad? Para hacer los... Porque perdí mi shulker con hierro y andaba yo aquí, escuesos vascos, recolectando hierro. A ver, vamos a organizar esto que está todo hecho una puta mierda. Ah, estaba haciendo picos. Mm. Y me cargué mi último del chest, por lo visto. A ver, último tengo más colocados por ahí, ¿no? Pero... O sea, pero tengo... ¡Ay! No, esto de aquí tampoco lo tengo, me lo he llevado la última vez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Llegó el momento, finalmente me quedé sin... Ah, hay aquí otro. Los pierde todos, ¿sabes? Vale, perdí la Shulker azul, que era de picos. Y estoy viendo que perdí mi Shulker verde. Ah, cierto, porque perdí las elitras extra. Ay. ¿Verdad? Salidas extra quiere decir que en algún momento vamos a tener que hacer un viaje fuerte al ente, no es mentira, me da una paja ir a buscar elitras. Ah, me da una paja muy, muy fuerte tener que ir a buscar elitras. Tengo que ir, ¿no? O sea, solo tengo un par. Pero... Qué puto coñazo. Encima ya no me acuerdo qué camino he hecho la última vez. You're confusing. I've been like, oh, it's amusing. Ooh, John. Ooh. El otro día cuando estaba aquí, en la granja de hierro, de repente empecé a ver abejitas volando. Algún Enderman fillo de puta se robó mi bloque de barro. No sabía que robaban barro, No, ni puta idea. Pero vine aquí. Uy, y faltaba yo creo que como este. Y me quedé como, what the fuck, si no he pisado la puta granja de abejas como en 37 millones de años. La hice para... Para la Retro Breaker y no la he vuelto a usar. Ahora, no, por si acaso, estos son los que hay aquí. Pero yo me conoce todo el mundo ya. Aquí ni con los vosotros. Y me voy a cargar el Ender Chest. ¿Cómo os cuento que en cierto momento, no muy lejano, hice 64, llevaba 64 encima? O hice más. Llevaba 64 encima. Y los he perdido. What to do to win? Who you think that you could be? Nothing that- vale, y... ¡Ah! ¡Claro! Claro, 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 güey. No me acordaba. Que como se me rompió la... ¿Este está activado? Sí. Como... Como básicamente me puto matado. Y perdí Mi Shulker. Perdí la Shulker que tiene... Coño, qué pesado sois, de verdad. Perdí la Shulker que tiene las... Coño, los beacons también, los faros. Una de estas que estaba haciendo beacons, perdí eso. Nothing to lose. Far away, far away. To say, to take you away. Far away, far away. You show me love, I am titanium. I am titanium. Irving, voy a apagar la luz de la habitación. La verdad es que no me hace falta para nada. Vale, vamos a poner un par de cabezas, pero ¿tengo Soul Sand? No lo sé, no estoy seguro. Nothing to lose, far away, far away. El puto efecto que hace el hielo ahí al fondo, como si estuviese cargando, ¿sabes? I am Titanium. I am Titanium. Titanium. I am Titanium. I am Titanium. Ahí se veía la granja. I am Titanium. Ah, vale. Esto quería yo. Bueno, no me hace falta la 64, me hace 64. Ni borracha, ¿no? Voy a ir al over y rezar para encontrar Susan. Porque si no, tengo que ir a buscarla. Y no tengo. O sea, no tengo puta idea. Debajo de la granja de Weird Skeletons. No, hijo de puta. Stop, bitch. Pues ahora mismo estoy en proceso de Aquí no usaría Soul Sand, no. En ningún punto. Y si la uso la quité. Pues básicamente estoy en el survey. Tengo que hacer un último beacon. No os mentiré, igual debería bajar a ver cuánto me queda del beacon. Pero es que el otro día perdí dos de mis shulkers. Una con picos, que ya he repuesto, pero la otra tenía elitras de repuesto, los beacons y más cosas. Y una muy importante, tenía mi pechera de diamante, o sea, de diamante de nederita. Eh, y no sé qué más. Ahora mismo no sabría decir qué más. Bueno, tenía cosas. Ya simplemente las letras de repuesto son súper importantes. Vale. Voy a bajar a ver cómo está el beacon aquí, porque no me acuerdo. Vale, se está entero. Me falta únicamente el beacon. Vale. Es súper importante saber eso. Ahora bien, tengo que ver si tengo Soul Sand, que no lo sé. Ah, sí, tengo Soul Sand. Easy peasy. Pillamos un poco, vamos al end. Y en un momento tenemos estrellita, pero claro, tengo que tener Soul Sand. No es de esta, ¿no? Es de la otra. Uy, porque esa es tierra, ¿no? Y es arena, evidentemente. Es más, tengo esta zona hecha una mierda. Y voy robándome cosas, pero no sé qué me voy robando tampoco. Y yo creo que todo esto es material del over. Yo creo que sí. No, porque estos son materiales para el castillo. Hueso y más hueso. No. Eh... tenemos que ir a los dos sitios, ¿no? A comprobar. Vamos a aprovechar ya mi... Tengo el mob switch roto. O sea que no funciona. No tengo roto. El mob switch está bien. Pero no tengo el cargador de chunks. Y sin el cargador de chunks no funciona. Porque... Bueno, esto lo visteis en directo y tal. Traté de llevar... de hacer que el cargador de chunks... O sea, que el mob switch funcionase tanto en el end como en el... En el end, en el nether como en el overworld. Y igual la lío fuerte. Mm, mm, no. Todo esto es material para el castillo. Puede ser que no haya muy fuerte. Es que porque yo aquí tenía un montón, porque tenía aquí las belugas. ¿Belugas? Verrugas. Belugas. Las belugas, ¿sabes? El animal marino. What the fuck. Sí, como podéis comprobar, tengo mala memoria. Ya os tengo que abrir un cofre 3 o 4 veces. Sí, yo no veo se usan y vosotros sí avisarme. Esto es todo tierra. No, eran verrugas, pero del Nether, pero yo qué sé. Cerebros, bro, ¿sabes? Encima luego, tampoco las he usado realmente nunca. Tierra, no. Voy a tener que ir a buscar. Y no quiero, Necesito más, ¿no? Son 5, ¿no? No creo que vaya a tener más, ¿eh? No aquí. Tan mala que gente soy, baby. No, coño. Ábrelo. No. Creo que aquí abajo no tendría ninguna razón, para que hubiese aquí abajo. No. Y vosotros diréis, pero ¿cuántas zonas de cofres tienes en este puto mundo? Y yo os diré, sí. Es muy raro que hubiese aquí, pero a veces se me olvidaba vaciar el inventario al venir a picar. Y algunas sí que han aparecido cosas que no pertenecen aquí. Ajá, pero no. Ajá. Tengo una pregunta. ¿Sabes quién va a ir a conseguir un beacon? Su puta madre. Venía aquí, beacon. Ahora mismo estoy picando en esta zona, o sea que me da igual. Vení conmigo. No tengo cohete. Uy, yo pensé que ese agujero estaba bien hecho, pero no. Vale. Diréis aquí que está vacío, que había vacas. En algún momento murieron todas. ¡Mírales! Vaya, terminó en nada. No será porque les tengo aquí. Mm, Sin camas. Así, no voy a ir ahora. Más que nada porque me da paja. Pero en algún momento debería también ir al End a por letras nuevas. I give me my love, I give me my love, I give me my love. Yeah, don't let me down, da, da, da. I give me, I give me, don't let me down, da, da, da. I don't wanna like. Dame una esmeralda, campeón. Gracias. Mm, mm, mm. Y ojo. O sea, quería hacer el mob switch aquí en el Nether. Bueno, hacer que funcionase también en el Nether. Más que nada por liberarme de los Majablocks. Uy, le he dado al Q en lugar de la W. Me pasa con frecuencia, no os mentiré. Esto sí yo el otro día. Que morí en el otro lado y ya estaba como de. ¿Cómo coño voy hasta allí ahora? Otro lado en el Move Switch. El Move Switch. Bueno, sinceramente no me voy a poner a recoger toda la de racket. Aquí hay mucho más material para recoger que el que yo estoy dispuesta a llevar encima. Y ahora pues nada, un momento de guiri. Y también te digo, estoy picando el pico que no es. Lo que de seda, claro. Muy rápido estaba picando yo, ¿sabes? Para ser F3. Tin, tin, tin. Eh, lléname, 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 everything's gonna be alright. Uy, me va. Everything's gonna be alright. Está desorden. A ver, ¿esto qué es? Bloque de slime. Hacha. Mm, 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 mm. No sé si queréis ver algo. Que pongamos algún videito o algo en lo que pico Minecraft. Porque, a ver, yo entiendo que picar es aburrido, ¿eh? Pues, yo qué sé. Pero toca hacerlo. Tristemente, este es mi surbi y yo decidí que pico a mano. Y aquí estamos. Y encima os preguntaréis en plan de, ¿estás picando esto para hacer alguna granja o algo? No, es decoración. Mm, mm. Tocará un momento de democracia. Au, joder, qué dolor, hermano. Necesito un estómago nuevo. Necesito un estómago nuevo, una cadera nueva. Ay, qué paz. Estoy pensando que igual luego dejo incluso los beacons como parte de la decoración. No sé cómo, pero me gusta la idea. Es como, o sea, ¿te gusta la... Bueno, un poco nada más, ¿eh? Esto va a ser un coñazo de picar, ¿eh? No os creáis que no. Básicamente por el basalto alto. Pero... Es esta zona, no hay más. Es esta zona básicamente porque es la que conecta con la parte de abajo del castillo. Y también te digo, picar aquí me viene bien, porque luego en el castillo, en el castillo que no existe desde hace 4 años, en el castillo que aún no existe, en la parte de abajo hay que hacer la decoración todavía, desde hace 4 años también. Y en teoría, la idea de esa deco es hacer los biomas. Es como si los biomas hubiesen salido de... Vale, a ver, momento democracia. Yo creo. Vamos a hacer un momento democracia. Ay, ay. Mm, mm. Aparte del problema de democracia, me estoy planteando si es hora de un omeprazol y un ibuprofeno. Oh, you miss me. And you miss me. Oh, tell me all the ways to need me. If I know, it's me or I go Houdini. It's me or I go Houdini. Ay. Ah, me. I don't give a lot. It's me or I go Houdini. Hola, ¿cómo así? Dino Cryptid. Ay. A ver, voy. Vamos con la segunda parte de la democracia. Eh, Ay, me duele un poco la cabeza y no me sale pensar en inglés, así que... Eh... Y os voy a ofrecer eso porque mi cerebro anda bastante off ahora mismo. Marcos pijamas. Un momento. Voy a ir. En lo que se hace la encuesta, voy a ir un momento al baño. A por agua para tomarme el ibuprofeno. Uy. Estás pronto. Ay. Crímenes, pues no estés votando por Dino Cristido. Mucho decía Terry, pero yo ahí en cero veo los dinos, ¿eh? Crímenes. Ya sabes que el True Crime quiere decir que vamos con la. Con la que se maquilla. Ya, justo. No, no llegaste. ¡No! Eso traiciona a Tarrina, ¿eh? Tarrina ha dicho Dinocríptidos y luego ha vendido la. Ha vendido completamente la encuesta, ¿eh? Ah, sí, yo voto por crímenes. ¡Pobre Bizar! No, hoy no hay dinos, Bizar. Noche estrella, así sea. Hasta la madrugada, que así sea. Tuve que salir a la ducha, boludo. Me loco. What the fuck? Perdería. Hombre, no. Si tú votabas Dinocríptidos y Bizar votaba Dinocríptidos, en tal caso quedaríais empate al haber votado Stoic por crímenes. Estoy tomando mis drogas. Ya no está de la ansia. Me empezó a usar la polla. Vale, dame un segundo. Que como he dicho, lo que me va a hacer perverso es darme un omeprazol y un ibuprofeno. Pero para la higiene sí. Qué mínimo, ¿sabes? Que os bañéis. Vale, coño, el puto ibuprofeno, hermano. Le tiro un puto de gel. What the fuck. Vale, pues yo mantengo. Los crímenes vienen en inglés. Si no sabes inglés, no es mi culpa haber estudiado. Juego. Seco. Está pegada a la muralla, tu puta casa. What the fuck. Vale. Beanie, beanie, beanie.
Hey, you guys, look, you remember from my last murder mystery and makeup, I mentioned my collab with Melt Cosmetics. I just want to let you guys know that there are a few items left and you can find them over at
Ay.
meltcosmetics.com. calm. I appreciate all the love, the support, and the excitement
Vale,
over the
vuelvo a picar.
collaboration. It means so much to me, more than you even know. I just appreciate you. It makes me happy to see you
No tengo
excited
ratón.
and happy about makeup because I love makeup. As you know, we have the Fatally Yours 2 palette. It's gorgeous. I'm going to be using it today. Then we have Julia.
Devuélveme mi ratón, puta.
Here, of course I had to. This is a beautiful matte red.
No me va a devolver
For
mi
the
ratón.
holiday
Bueno.
season, it's delicious. I'm going to use this one today, I think. We also have the blush. It's a powder blush.
Bueno, a
It's
ver.
called Please.
Señora, la promo me da un poquito igual.
Golden sunshine, like it just, you get this joy the colors I loved again. Now let's get to the story. I know I'm going to be using of course, like the palette and lipstick and all that stuff, so you can see a look with it. Oh, also disclaimer, today's episode is kind of it's graphic. It's not that graphic. I try not to go into heavy details about like how people were murdered. I just feel like it's gore porn. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But like this one, I was like, I don't want to. But just a little disclaimer, okay? I think there's a dog mentioned at some point, so I apologize. Okay, so let me give you the intro. Listen, not many of us think of murder when we hear about fast food restaurants in the 90s, you know?
Vale, este ya lo he visto.
Imagine, obviously, like McDonald's, the play places, and how stinky they were. And I mean, more than like.
Es que no me está marcando bien los que he visto. Entonces no tengo ni puta idea porque Murder Mystery Makeup. Uy. En alguno. ¿Cuál? No lo sé. El que vimos el otro día del Poli Caníbal, ¿no? Terminamos el otro día con el del Poli Caníbal. Voy a suponer que sí. Y que este es el siguiente, aunque marca que ya me lo he visto.
Hi friends, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday.
A veces las intros de esta señora me dan ganas de pegarle un tiro. Pero yo que sé, luego me cuenta las historias y se me olvida.
I did, and I was like, hey, poll, look, and the vote. So that's what I'm going to try my best. So if you're going to tell you about today's story, this one I've been avoiding for a long time. People have been asking for it since day one, and I've been avoiding it because it's just awful. It's like my worst nightmare, and it will be yours too. Okay, today's story is about Josef Fritzl.
No
So
me suena
Josef
este
Fritzl was
señor.
born April 9th, 1935 in
Puede que me lo haya visto
Ostend,
mientras dormía.
Austria. Now, at this time when he was born, it was still like under control of Nazi Germany. So, not great, right? His father, his name was Josef Fritzl, or Josef Fritzl Sr., and his mother was Maria Nenning Fritzl. Growing up, Josef was an only child, and he would later say that he was an alibi child, meaning that his mother only gave birth to him to prove that she was not barren and could produce children. You know, I guess his mom was like not great. We'll talk about it later too. But it was said that she was like intimidating, she was mean, she would often like beat Josef pretty badly. Josef's father was said to be a severe alcoholic and had left the family when Josef was only like 4 years old. And I guess like Josef like never saw him again because his dad died when he was fighting in World War II. So never got to see him. I guess his name, like his dad, Fritzl Sr., appears on a memorial plaque in Amstetten, Austria, you know, for his time serving. It's a little fun fact, I guess. There isn't much else said about Josef's upbringing until like 1956 when Josef was 21. So when Josef was 21, this is when he met and married his wife, Rosemarie. So when they met, she was 17 at the time. and she was working as like a kitchen helper. I think they met like through mutual friends. I was trying to figure it out, but they met and then they liked each other and then they got married. That's what we know. So the two would go on to have 7 kids together. Yeah, a lot. 2 sons and 5 daughters. Yosef, he went to HTL Technical College, and while he was there, he got an electrical engineering
Oh
degree.
no.
Super smart. He liked to tinker.
La
He
lía un
liked to
poquito
build stuff.
en,
And then when he was finished there, he moved to a neighboring
en
city
mi
called
espacio
Linz.
vital.
And this is like, he found a job there. He was working for a steel industry company. And then after he was there for a little while, he became a technical equipment salesman. And he would travel throughout Austria for his job. There was also, I like didn't know where to put this in the story, but there was also a moment in this era where he got a job doing mail-in lingerie, and I was like, what? Based off of what we know now, it's a little funky, and I was like, what was he doing? But it was only for a short time, and it just said like he did mail order lingerie, and I was like, okay, I need more. Couldn't find it. So in 1972, Yosef purchased a guest house and an adjacent campsite at Lake Monsi. And him and his wife, they like ran this together. Lake Monsi is in Upper Austria. And I guess like a lot of people like to go there to the lake for a little holiday, a little vacation. That's where they got like this little campsite, little situation thing. They rented out a property. People would come, stay, go, they did this until like 1996. Yosef, he had several properties that he leased, and this like kept him busy, when he ended up retiring in 1995 at the age of 60. That's what we know about like his background. But let's get into his criminal record. Now, first of all, there were some unsolved crimes, I should say unsolved murders, that occurred around this area where Yosef and his wife had been renting out property and whatnot. Many believe Yosef was involved. I do too, that's why I'm bringing it up. So one of them took place on August 17th, 1966, when 17-year-old Anna Neumayer, she was found in a field. I guess she was killed by a captive bolt pistol. Now this was in Linz, and it was like not far from where Yosef was working at the time. So Yosef was looked at as a suspect, but there was no evidence tying him to the murder. Unfortunately, Anna's murder would remain unsolved. And then in 1967, Yosef, he broke into a 24-year-old nurse's home, and this happened again in Linz. And I guess, her husband was away. Yosef broke in and then raped her, He broke in. I guess he held a knife to her throat. He's like, if you scream, I'm going to kill you. And then he proceeded to, awful situation. For this, though, Yosef got caught. He ended up serving 12 months out of an 18-month prison sentence. I know. I feel like for breaking in and raping someone, maybe you should get a little bit more time, but what do we know? So, his wife, Rosemarie, she finds out. She doesn't want to tell the kids that daddy is a rapist. So she tells the kids, dad is away at work. He's going to be away for a year. And they believe that. Meanwhile, he was just sitting in prison. Well, that same year, Yosef was named a suspect in another rape of a 21-year-old woman. It was kind of like the same situation, but there was no evidence, again, tying him to the crime, so they couldn't do anything about it, police. And then, on November 22nd, it was 1986, there were 2 scuba divers. They were out swimming, as scuba divers do, but they found the body of 17-year-old Martina Posch. She was wrapped in green tarps, and she was on the southern shore of Lake Monsi. So the forensic examination revealed that she had been killed by strangulation. Now, again, at the time, Yosef and his wife, they were running their guest house where Martina's body was found. And Yosef was looked at, he was investigated for possible involvement. Many believe that he was responsible, but again, there was no evidence tying him to the crime. So there's nothing they could do, and it was never solved. I get it. You can't just like arrest someone because, like, hey, I think you did it. You're arrested. Like, you need evidence. But I don't know. Did they even try? Did they try? So family life was not great for like Yosef and Rosemary's kids. Apparently, Yosef was very verbally abusive towards the kids. It was said that Yosef was really scary. Yeah, he was an intimidating man, and he liked being in control over everyone. Now, his wife, Rosemary, and I think why he liked her so much was because she was submissive. She didn't speak up. If Yosef was like abusing the children, she, nothing, didn't say anything, you know? He just controlled everyone. I mean, just based off observation, it seemed like the house was tense and unpleasant. Later down the road, Rosemary's sister, she, came to the media and started talking, and she told the media that Rosemary was, quote, dominated and constantly belittled in public by Yosef, and that he took sadistic pleasure in humiliating her. I guess
What
she
the
just went on to
fuck?
say that, like, Yosef liked to brag. He liked to brag to others about, like, getting mistresses pregnant while he was away on business trips. Yeah. She said he used to tell her off in front of the others. The worst things were his crude, dirty jokes, which he used to laugh loudly about. And like, this was embarrassing for everyone because we all knew that they hadn't had sex with each other for years. That's what Rosemary's sister said. So it was said that Yosef would make trips out to Pattaya, which is like a city in Thailand, and it was known for like their sex tourism or its sex tourism. I don't know if it still is, I'm sorry. But like at the time it was, and he was going there obviously for sexual encounters. Maybe he got women
Imagínate
pregnant there,
hasta Tailandia
and that's what he
para
was
encontrar
bragging about, but
putas,
we
¿no?
don't really know. But he would rub in
Vale que tiene
Rosemary's
reputación, ¿no? Pero
face like what he was doing. I think we can all agree here that he is a really shitty guy, huh? Wow, yeah. In 1977, it was reported that Yosef started sexually abusing his daughter Elizabeth when she was around the age of 11. She was born in 1966 and she was like their fourth child. Based off what we know, it seems like Elizabeth was the only one who was sexually abused by her father. Now, it was said she was like chosen because she most resembled Yosef's mother. Yeah,
¿qué?
we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, so poor thing, living in this hell house. Mother's not standing up for her. Who knows what he's doing to the other kids too. But poor Elizabeth got it like the worst, man. So, she's growing up in this house, being abused, poor thing. And like at the age of 15, I guess she was taking these courses to become a waitress and like get the hell out of this house, right? Should I put glitter on the lid? I'm really torn here. I'm gonna do it. She's taking these courses because she wants to get the hell out of this house. And then in January of 1983, it was said that she ran away from home and she went to the city of Vienna. She was like hiding at a friend's house and she was there for a little bit. She was staying with a friend from work. And then 3 weeks later, she was found by police and then they sent her back to her parents' home. It's like she finally escaped and then they found her and dragged her right back. And I'm sure there was a punishment for that. So when she got back home, she started back taking her waitress courses. And then she finished in mid 1984. So when she finished, she was offered a job in the nearby city, Linz. And then in August of 1984, Elizabeth, she turned 18. She was going to accept this job offer and move to Linz. And she was like getting ready to start her new life. So one day she's at the house in August and her dad comes up to her room and is like, hey, can you help me out really quick? This is her dad. And he's like, can you hold up a door for me in the basement and then I'll like screw it in? And you see, down in the basement, Yosef was redoing the area and he just needed help installing the door. So she's like, okay, whatever. So she goes down to the basement area with Bozo and she's there, she's holding up the door or whatever, and her back was turned to Yosef. So he comes up behind her and he puts a cloth with chloroform on it over her mouth until she went unconscious. Yes, he did. She's out cold. He then threw her into the basement cellar, and then he locked the door. Again, Yosef was really smart. He was an electrical engineer, so he knew how to like wire shit and like build shit and whatnot. And his hobby was like he was adding a makeshift prison to the house's basement. So
What
let me
the
kind of explain.
fuck?
I'll put a picture up here. There was like a staircase that
Su
was leading
hobby.
from the home, and it would go
What
into
the
the
fuck?
basement, right? And the basement area was like a good size. And this is where Yosef, he would work, he would tinker, he would do whatever. This was his little space. His wife would like leave him alone all day while he was just down there working. But really, when he was down there, he was building out this prison cell that was attached to
What
the
the fuck?
basement, and he had been working on it secretly
Ah,
for
no.
years. Nobody knew.
Bueno,
That's the
todo
part that
bien.
blows my mind. One of his jobs was like to build equipment and whatnot. So maybe if he was like drilling or like hammering, the wife is probably like, "Oh, he's working." And this is a side note. The part that I can't wrap my head around is like, how did nobody fucking know? It's so weird. Anywho, so Yosef
Ya
had
no
made
sé, o
this
sea,
like
¿cómo construir una
prison
celda en el
cellar
sótano y
place
nadie se da cuenta?
really well. He made it so
What
complicated
the
to
fuck?
find. In order to even find the door to the hidden cell, you had to go through 8 locked doors to reach it. It was like this
What?
little maze. Door, 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 and it would go to another room and another room, right? It's like, what the fuck? And then finally, you get to this other room, and he had this shelving that was like
Literalmente tiene
against the wall.
bagrooms en el sótano de su
And
casa.
behind the shelving, there was a little door. It was like half the size of you. It was a little door. And it had like an electronic security code in order to open it. Now, again, this is like way before like beep, bop, boop, boop, boop. Like he did it on his own. He made it on his own. So psycho he is. So you get there. If you get there, you get there. And then once you walk in, it's like another maze. You would walk through this long corridor, like a hallway area, very narrow, and it would lead you to this kitchen area. It was small. And then, like to the left, there was this little bathroom area. It had like a small toilet, there was a sink, and a little tub. And then, if you went through another door, it would lead you to 2 little bedrooms. Mind you, this is all under the house.
Qué pedazo de casa.
I know. I was like, what? Nobody heard anything? Nobody heard anything
También.
upstairs? So creepy. There were no windows. Everything was like
Estoy pensando de,
concrete.
hostia,
It
qué
was
pedazo de
gross,
chozo,
it
¿no?
was cramped,
Y
it
ella
was
ahí de,
dark, it was
nadie
musty
escucha
smelling,
nada. Yo de,
and it's just really
también, ¿no? Pero
sad. The ceilings were said to be like at the highest point. I guess they were like a little under 6 feet. So not that much space, you know? So when Yosef like first got Elizabeth into the cellar, he had chained her to the wall. And he kept her there like that for like the first year. A year goes by. Oh, just you wait though. Now I know what you're thinking. Didn't like the rest of the family wonder where she was? Yes, they did. When she originally went missing, her father told the family like, "Oh, she probably ran away again. You know, she's nothing but trouble." But Rosemarie, her mother, was like, "We need to file a missing persons report." She wanted to do this, right? So they did. So they filed a missing persons report, and then, time goes by. Nothing's happening. And then a year later, Yosef went to the family and to the police, and he's like, "Look, I got a letter, and it's from Elizabeth." And it was like in her handwriting. So they're like, "Oh shit," The letter said she ran away from home. She went to go stay for a friend, and like, do not come looking for her, or she would just leave the country. That's what the letter said. Yosef kept telling people, like, "See, I told you she ran away because she's such a difficult child. She was always difficult. And you know what? She probably joined a cult." Yeah, he was like, "She joined a cult," and was telling the police, "Cult." So it was later revealed that the letter was handwritten by Elizabeth, while she's in this basement cellar situation. she's under captivity. Yosef forced her to write the letter and like was threatening her if she didn't do it. Now here's the part that gets me just gooched. I don't know if that's the right term, but Elizabeth would stay in this makeshift prison cell for 24 years. Huh? Yes. 24 years. I need my calculator. So how old is she after 24 years? You probably figured it out by now, but let me get my calculator. Thank you. She was 18 when she went in. 18 plus 24. 42. Oh my God. Yeah. He kept her there for 24 years. And like, again, nobody knew. No matter how many times I hear this story, I still can't get over the fact, like 24 years. Holy crap. During her first year of captivity, again, she was mostly like restrained. But I guess after some time had passed, Yosef let her walk around the cellar freely. It was said that Yosef would visit the cell almost every day, a minimum of like 3 times a week. During his visits, he would bring her food and like other quote unquote supplies. I'm assuming like toilet paper and, I don't know, supplies, whatever that was. Didn't matter though, because when he showed up, he would repeatedly rape her. I can't believe this is real, Her first 4 years, she was just totally alone down there. I don't know. I don't know how she did it. I don't know. She would only like see her father when he came to rape her. And then over the next 20 years, she would have 7 of his children who were all born in the cellar.
Fuck?
So she ends up giving birth to 7 of her dad's kids. And there was one baby who died pretty shortly after birth. It's like a couple of days later. And Yosef, I guess, got rid of the body by like putting it in the incinerator. Jeez, I know. So the first 3 children were born and raised in the cellar. But as the family grew, the next 3 children Elizabeth gave birth to would be raised in the home upstairs with Yosef and his wife, Rosemary. This whole thing is so bizarre. And you're like, well,
¿Cómo coño se lo vendió?
What was his explanation for these kids showing up, right? I'm glad you asked. He had this whole plan, Yosef did. He would take the baby, after it was born, and then put it in a basket. I'm just kidding. I don't know if he put it in a basket, but he would leave the baby at the doorstep, and then Yosef would answer the door and be surprised by this baby and be like, oh my God, like, it must be from Elizabeth.
What the fuck?
She couldn't
Y
raise
must
this
be from
baby,
Elizabeth.
so she must have like
Oh,
brought
what
it
the
here for us to
fuck?
raise. I would have questions, but okay. I guess like Rosemary just believed it. I don't know, because she didn't really talk much, but she went with it. She was like, all right, okay. Everyone just kind of went with the story. Everyone seemed to believe it. That like Elizabeth was out there somewhere. She must have gave birth to these kids and then was like, I can't raise it. I'm going to leave it at my parents' house. I'm like, wow, what a miracle. Yosef and Rosemary, they were actually approved by local social services authorities to be their foster parents. So the family received like regular visits from social workers who saw and like heard nothing at the house that made them, suspicious of anything. Meanwhile, down in the prison, Yosef did just as he wanted with Elizabeth. She has the 3 kids down there, right? So she tried to like school them. She was teaching them how to read and write. They would keep busy by watching TV and like listening to the radio. At some point the room had gotten kind of crammed. 3 people living down in the cellar at this point. So Yosef, being the little crafty man that he is, he's like, we should expand the cell. So originally the cell was like 380 square feet, and they made it bigger to 590 square feet. And they did it by Yosef putting the family to work. So he had them all like dig out soil with their bare hands, again for the expansion. And this took years of them digging and expanding. Yeah. Again, nobody upstairs heard. I don't know. it's just weird.
Yeah,
So
no,
Joseph
what
like
the
kept the
fuck?
family living in fear. If they tried to like leave or disobey him, he would tell them like, "Oh, you'll be gassed. I can turn on the gas in the cell and you will all die." He also told them that if they tried to mess with the doors at all and then try to escape, he had rigged them so they would be electrocuted. Now, later it turns out none of this was true, but he was trying to keep them in their place. I guess there were times where Yosef would like punish them by shutting off their lights or refusing to deliver food for like days at a time if they did something that he didn't approve of. So Yosef, I mean, he 24 years he was
What the
going down
fuck?
there and raping his daughter. God, it was said that
Ah,
he
no.
would force Elizabeth to watch porn movies
Hola,
and
terror.
perform sex acts on him, and he would make her do this like in front of the children to humiliate her. Mind you, there's like no windows or anything. They haven't seen sunlight. Those kids had never. Elizabeth
Vamos
hadn't
a ver
seen
cuando
sunlight
salga.
for 24 years. So again, this is according to
No creo.
Joseph's sister-in-law, Christine. She was given quotes to the media after
O sea,
that.
para empezar, la beta que han enseñado. Habrá que ver cuando salga la beta, pero tiene pinta de ser solo combate, entonces automáticamente no me interesa. Y han dicho que no va a haber redstone. Han confirmado ya que no se van a meter con el tema de la redstone, entonces.
But everyone just thought like he was down there working. My nosy ass, I would be all up in his business. When he's gone, I would be like going through all of his shit. But like Yosef was really scary. He kept everyone in their place. I mean, no one tried to like challenge him or anything. And if you see pictures of him, which you will on screen, he's creepy as fuck, He looks scary. Ugh. So upstairs in the main house, as their family grew up and like moved out or whatever.
No lo sé. No lo sé. Cuando salga la beta, a ver qué hay. No sé si ha sido ya. No tengo ni puta idea. Es que no tengo ni hype, ni me interesa tampoco realmente. No sé. Me pasa un poco lo mismo con ese juego que me pasa con los servers, ¿no? Que en verdad no me interesan. Si lo voy a jugar con amigos, pues todavía, pero si no, no. Es decir, yo no necesito cosas extra en Minecraft, me dedico a picar, ¿sabes?
Living at this home. 100. But I'm getting ahead of myself. April 19th, 2008. I don't know how she.
Podemos, si quieres.
So down in the cellar.
Que no sé, me llama tan poco la atención lo que han enseñado que es como. Vale. O sea, lo poco que han enseñado me llama -3. Supongo, si está mejor que Minecraft, yo qué sé, no, pero.
She's like trying to convince him like you have to let her go to the hospital. So Yosef eventually cracks and agrees that, she should probably go to the hospital. So for the first time ever, Kristen was like...
Vale, es que no me llama la atención para nada. Yo lo veo y es como un Minecraft con pasos extra y al que le faltan muchas cosas.
Initially, like Elizabeth had helped carry her daughter Kristen out of the cell. She's like with Yosef. And again, like this is the first time she is seeing sunlight in over 20 years. The outside world, like holy shit. It wouldn't be for long though, because once Kristen was
Minecraft ha modeado y estoy un poco.
Yosef ordered that she go back into the cell or into the chamber, whatever we want to call it, while he would deal with Kirsten at the hospital. So when she arrived to the hospital, it was said that the doctors and the staff, they were pretty suspicious. Kirsten, when they first looked at her, she was looking a little sickly. She was lacking vitamin D. Literally never saw sunlight. She was very pale. She just didn't look well. So they were also confused, asking like, "Where's the mother? Like, where is she? Who is she? What's going on?" Like they had questions and nobody was giving them answers. When Yosef got to the hospital, he told the doctors and stuff that once again he had found a note that was written by Kirsten's mother. He's like, "I found a note." I couldn't find clarification as to like what the note said exactly, but he had it. He's like, "Look, the mom said blank." But either way, Yosef was hoping that this letter would like stop any suspicion or questioning from the doctors. It did not.
Es que es lo que te digo, no me llama absolutamente nada.
Low key alerted.
El hater como concepto.
So police come down.
El hitale.
They want to locate the mother, but they're having difficulty.
Ay,
so
lo que sea.
police, they end up broadcasting an appeal on like public media for the missing mother to come forward and provide information about Kirsten's medical history.
Es que yo lo he visto y no siento que a mí en concreto me aporte nada.
Case file on Elizabeth's disappearance, hoping, you know, they could find her. So Yosef, when
Y luego el otro día, fíjate que yo no soy mucho de Redstone, ¿no? Pero sí que la uso para varias cosas. Y el otro día cuando han puesto que no va a haber, ha sido como de, bueno, pues me perdiste, güey. No me tenías, pero ya me perdiste.
So it's like he kind of knew something was coming, I think. I don't know. So back in the chamber, Elizabeth, she's watching TV and she sees the police broadcast. She's like, I need to come forward. She decided to stand up against Yosef, and the next time he came to the chamber, she demanded that she be able to go to the hospital and talk to the doctors and stuff and help be there with her daughter. I'm not sure how she did it, but she did it. And yay, one that she did. On April 26th, Yosef released her from the cellar along with her sons, Stefan and Felix. So he brings them all upstairs into the home. Him and Elizabeth, they go to the hospital.
Porque para mí, si lo que tiene el juego es hacerte una granjita, pues...
I don't know how he explains that away, right?
Pues la verdad es que me da igual.
He's in deep shit. And like,
no
it
mentiré.
Wild for them, right? They haven't seen sunlight in forever. They haven't seen the outside world. It must have been like really confusing, overwhelming, and bizarre. So while Yosef and Elizabeth were at the hospital, one of the doctors that was treating Kirsten goes off to the side and is like, calls up police and is like, hey, they're here, you know? So police have been waiting for this moment. So they swoop in real quick. So police end up detaining them on hospital grounds and they take them down, Yosef and Elizabeth, down to the police station. So the police, they split up the two. And they ask Elizabeth, you know, for more details, like what was going on. Now, in the beginning, it was said like she was the one in trouble, essentially. They thought like she was being abusive towards her kids and they wanted answers. And at first, she like wasn't talking.
El otro día creo que ha sido con Stoic. Lo único era como de a ver qué hacen, era de ¿qué hacen con la automatización? Digo, porque si el tema de la automatización y de hacer granjas y tal lo hacen bien, definitivamente puede ser un buen tal. Proceden a decir que no va a haber redstone. Pero sé muy bien cómo van a hacer maquinaria, granjas. Y entonces como de, bueno, pues a tomar por culo la automatización. Prácticamente seguro. A no ser que se les ocurra una forma de hacerlo que no sea nada parecido a la redstone. Pero hasta que no haya algo de eso, I guess Yosef, he was like, this is a bit much. Like, he was telling people, like, he felt like this was a bit much, saying that his behavior towards his daughter was consensual. Yeah,
he kept saying that it was consensual. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Locking someone up in a cellar. I'm sure that's what they wanted. Well, the police, they knew about his secret room and everything, you know, because Elizabeth, she told them. So with that, they go to Yosef and they're like, you know, give us all the information. So Yosef provided them with the information they needed to find the chamber's entry point and also the secret keyless entry code to get in. I was watching an interview with like one of the investigators, I think it was, but they're
Y luego,
saying like
no te
when they went to that
mentiré,
cellar, it was like super traumatizing
no
for them.
creo
They
que
needed, like,
teniendo
therapy
Minecraft
afterwards. If they just walked in and that was traumatizing, could you imagine 24
vaya a pagar
years?
para
How
jugar
much
la
fuck you?
beta del Hydra.
Gives me a lot of anxiety. On the night of April 27th, 2008, Elizabeth, her children, and her mother, Rosemary,
Mierda.
they were taken out of the house and they were put into care. I know. I was trying to figure out, like, how was the meeting when Elizabeth first sees her mom? I was like, what was that like? Like, was it
Pico.
weird? Was it nice? Was she angry? I'm unsure. I feel like I would be pissed off. Like, you didn't know I was underneath the house. Where were you? Like, you didn't think it was weird all these kids were showing up? Like, I don't know. I'd be so mad. I mean, I wouldn't even make it past a year. There's no way. So I don't know why I'm talking. Anyhow, so unsure how the meeting went, but they were all taken. So then police do like DNA testing and whatever. And like on April 29th, it was announced that the DNA evidence confirmed that Yosef was the biological father of his daughter's children. So they're like, okay, she's not lying. And then on May 1st, during a daily press
De hecho,
conference, police
esto
said
no sé si lo he comentado ayer en el stream, pero quise el otro día votar en los Streamer Awards. Encontré un problema, no conozco a ni su puta madre. 1. 2. Llegué a la categoría de Minecraft y todos los canales que estaban nominados eran de minijuegos, de servers y fue como... Bueno, pues
that he made up.
ostras.
I don't know when that was going to happen, but they think like it was going to happen. I don't know. Did he really think she was never going to say anything though? Well, maybe because like she had been conditioned for 24 years. Damn. So again, like police, they had planned to interview at least 100 people who had lived as tenants in the Fritzl house, which is wild that they had 100 different people, but over 24 years. Is that normal? I don't know. That's just a lot, right? So then in July, Elizabeth gave her videotape testimony before prosecutors and investigators. And this is what they were going to use in court. So in May of 2009, it was like almost a year later, some of Yosef's conversations, like with his lawyers, were released to the media. You know, the media was all over this. I mean, obviously, this is like a what, right? What? So media frenzy. So when like anytime Yosef spoke or anything, like people were leaking stuff all the time. But according to Yosef, he believed that the media was making him out to be some kind of beast. He was like, this is unfair. You know, and he was nothing like the beast that the media was making him out to be. He's like, this is not true. It was consensual. So Joseph said, this is a quote.
This is consensual, da igual, es tu hija.
I brought flowers for my daughter and books and stuffed animals for the children. He said, they watched adventure movies while Elizabeth cooked their favorite meals. And then we all sat around the table and ate together, you know, trying to prove that they lived this like happy life. I was like, okay. Then when Elizabeth became pregnant, Yosef said that he gave her medical books so she knew what she had to do on the day. He also went on to say that he gave her towels, disinfectant, and bandages. As if we're just supposed to be like, oh, well, all right then, you know, you're good. You gave her bandages and a book? All right, makes sense. You're a good guy. I could not believe that answer. I was like, is he fucking serious? Oh, he's serious.
Estoy un poco flipando con la historia, no. O sea, consensual, da igual, es tu hija. Puto loco. loco y la
kinda
tenía
lead
siempre
the second
puta
life,
encerrada en
like one in the house,
una
one in the
celda
world,
en el
basically.
sótano.
And he's like, that was just my normal. When Yosef was asked why Elizabeth, why her, Yosef said that he chose Elizabeth because, again, she looked like his mother, Maria, and also because her rebellious teenage behavior offended his love of discipline. The whole mom comment is like, but it gets worse. Because listen, Yosef said that he, quote, succeeded in suppressing his lust for his mother, Maria, but he could not control himself when it came to Elizabeth. He went on to say, quote, my desire to have sex with Elizabeth became ever stronger. It was a vicious circle from which there was no exit, not only for Elizabeth, but also for myself. Bro, the fuck? This guy's a different level of sick. So Yosef, he loved to tell everyone and anyone that like Elizabeth was a difficult child, as if this was like some great reasoning as to why he did it. He said, quote, Elizabeth was very different to my other children. She'd go out the whole night long, drank alcohol, even ran away twice. I tried to get her out of this rut. That just made her fight me all the more. That's why I decided to find somewhere for her, even if I had to force her from the outside world.
Well,
what do you even say? I don't know. So Yosef had admitted that he spent years preparing the cellar before drugging and imprisoning Elizabeth in 1984. He said that he started working on the cellar in like 1981 and 1982. I mean, so he was thinking about it for a while, right? Ugh. So, when he was first arrested, he sat with the forensic psychiatrist and they interviewed Yosef to kind of figure out what the hell is wrong with this guy, right? So they sit down, they do the interview, and then, of
es
course,
un
like the
puto enfermo.
transcripts, they got leaked to the press. So during this interview, Yosef, like, dug a little more into his relationship with his mom. Now, first, he was like, he loved his mom. He was like, she's the best in the world. I love that bitch. Like, she was strict, but it was necessary. And he was like, Team Mom. But then he finally flipped the script and he went on to say, like, that his mom never showed him love, that she beat him until he was lying in a pool of blood, like on the floor, that she would often leave him feeling weak and humiliated, and that, like, he never got a kiss or love from her, and that all he did was, like,
What the
try
fuck?
really hard to please her, but it was like it didn't work out for him. And the only thing she would do with him is like go to church. So kind of sounds a lot like himself. So Yosef also said in the interview that his mom would call him a Satan, a criminal, a no good, and then he had like a horrible fear of her. Again, it's just like, oh, it sounds so familiar, Yosef. I wonder if he ever connected those dots. I'm not sure. Maybe they did in this conversation. I don't know. But I guess things had changed in his relationship with his mom in 1959. This is when it gets even more weird. I know. How can it get even more weird? Let me tell you. Yosef and Rosemary, they got married, right? They bought this house together. And when they got the house, Yosef's mother ends up moving in with them. Now, Yosef had said that, over time, the roles had reversed. And now his mom was afraid of him. Oh, yeah. So I guess he treated her pretty poorly. Well, I don't guess, because he actually said Yosef later admitted that he had his mother living up in like the attic of the home, and that he put a lock on the outside of the door to keep her locked in. He also bricked up her window. I think there's only one windows, I don't know, but he bricked them up. And like if anyone asked where she was, like the neighbors or something, he would tell them that she died. She did. Yosef didn't give a clear answer as to like how long he kept his mother locked up there, but it's believed to be around 20 years until her death in 1980. So what I'm saying is, he had done this before, Now, I don't
Literal,
know
o sea, lo hizo
if there was
con su
anything
madre y luego con
sexual
su
going
hija.
on with his mom. I think probably. I don't know. So many questions. I know, and I couldn't find any answers. Like, didn't his wife have questions? Like, hey, where's your mom? She was here one day and now she's gone. Or did she know? you know, what did he tell the rest of the family? Like, leave grandma up there. Don't let her out. Like, did she go to the bathroom, like, in a bucket or something? Like, what? Again, nobody ever said that he did anything, like, sexual with his mom or anything. That's just, like, my own opinion. No one really knows. I also was trying to think, like, what did he do with her body once she died? Did she go into the incinerator? Because, again, there was no, like, answers there. Did she get buried? But then I don't know. I don't know. I hate not knowing. Yosef had told the psychiatrist that he actually had thought up this plan about locking up his daughter way back when he was sitting in prison for his rape conviction. I guess he had a lot of time to think. He admitted that he planned to lock his daughter up so that he could contain and express his evil side. This is what he said. He said, quote, I was born to rape and I held myself back for a relatively long time. I could have behaved a lot worse than locking up my daughter. I think he did. Because remember all like
What the
crimes
fuck,
that happened in
man?
the beginning that were like unsolved? I think he did so much more that
Tengo
and
un
he was
mensaje
traveling all the time for work.
en
I mean,
Discord.
who knows what he did?
Ay.
So Yosef told the psychiatrist that Elizabeth and the children, they actually enjoyed being in the cellar and that their life was normal, saying, quote, they didn't miss anything, as I really tried to make their life in captivity as pleasant as possible.
What the fuck?
We played, we chatted, we laughed in the cellar. We actually led a completely normal family life. End quote. It was a direct quote. Can you believe that? What? 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 I was like, he can't be. He's serious. He was serious. They loved it down there. No windows or anything. So the forensic psychiatrist, they gave him like a lengthy diagnosis and recommended that he receive psychiatric care for the rest of his life. And yeah, that sounds about right, right? So then finally they go to trial. Yosef's trial started March 16th, 2009. He was being charged with rape, incest, enslavement, and the murder of one of his children. So on the first day when he was like entering the courtroom, you could see footage of this, but Yosef, like, he's trying to hide his face from the cameras behind a blue folder as if like that did something. He's trying to hide. He doesn't want everyone to see him, like little coward, you know. But then once inside the courtroom, all the journalists and the spectators, they were asked to leave. And that's when he finally took down like the blue folder from his face. But Yosef at first, he pleaded not guilty to all charges. Yosef's counsel, in their opening remarks, they tried to convince the jury that Yosef wasn't that bad. He's not that bad. He's not the monster you guys think. And then their example was that Yosef brought a Christmas tree down into the cellar during the holiday season. See? Would a monster do that? No, a monster would never do that. I was like, all right. Okay. So on the first day, the jurors, they watched the testimony that Elizabeth had recorded back in 2008. It was said that the tape was harrowing. That's a hard one for me. I don't know why. Harrowing, but it was awful, right? So the 8 jurors, they watched this testimony in like bits spread out over the day because they didn't want the jurors to like tap out. The prosecutor obviously was like pushing for life imprisonment in like a institution for the criminally insane. So she demonstrated to the jurors the low height of the ceiling in the cellar dungeon by making a mark on the door to the courtroom at like 174 centimeters or like 5 foot 8.5 inches. So made a little mark and then described the cellar as damp and moldy, and then passed around a box of like musty objects that were taken from the cellar. And you know, the jury's all like holding it and they could smell it, and I guess like the jurors were just getting sick from the smell. Besides the video testimony, Elizabeth's older brother, his name was Harold, he actually testified. Not much else was said about with the family, but like Harold testified, and Harold said that Yosef was like physically abusive towards him as a kid, and then shared his own experience. But other than that, like Rosemary and like Elizabeth's children, they all refused to testify. So Yosef was also on trial for the baby Michael, who died less than 3 days after being born. So the judge had asked Yosef, like, hey, were you aware that the infant was like super ill? And Yosef had responded by saying, quote, I just overlooked it. I thought the baby was going to survive. I should have realized. It was only yesterday I realized for the first time how cruel I was to Elizabeth. I had never realized it before.
What the fuck?
What? Yeah, he's like, just yesterday I realized. Just yesterday? Shut the fuck up. What a dumbass. On March 18th, 2009, Elizabeth, she attended the second day of trial. And it was said that when Yosef saw her and like recognized that it was Elizabeth, he went completely pale and then like broke down. I don't know what came over him with the spirit or something, because the next day he had changed his not guilty to guilty on all charges. On March 19th, 2009, Yosef was found guilty on all charges, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for like 15 years. He shouldn't be even allowed parole, but whatever. Yeah, so he got sent away. Now it's your turn to get locked up, buddy. So he's been living his life in prison. I guess it hasn't been going too well for him. He's been getting beat up and stuff. Oh, so sad. I know. Tragic. And then in like 2017, Yosef, he changed his name from Yosef Fritzl to Yosef Mirahoff, something like that. He changed his name. Most likely, well, everyone thinks, it's because everyone knows his name and he wanted to like hide from that. But also, he was getting like treated like shit behind bars, and he thought maybe changing his name would like help. Stupid. While behind bars, he hasn't really shown any remorse. I don't think he's capable of it. He really thinks he like didn't do anything that bad. There was like a direct quote that he gave saying like, just look into the cellars of other people. You might find other families and girls down there. Like he was hinting that, like,
What
I'm
the
sure there's other
fuck?
people out there who like are doing what he did.
Es de,
Maybe
wow,
like even
revisar los
worse.
sótanos de otra
Probably
gente.
tons of people we don't even
Ya
know
veréis que
about.
es normal.
So recently, Yosef was released from a
No.
psychiatric detention facility to like a regular prison, and this decision was made in like 2022 based off a psychiatric report that said he was no longer like any danger. He's still serving a sentence. I came across this article that said that like he gets free time outside of prison. I need to clarify, and I'm sorry I'm not ready with that, but like I think I saw that, or I'm making it up. Either way, he's still serving his time. It's just like seems a little bit relaxed because of his good behavior. In May of 2023, he's still talking. He loves to talk. Yosef gave an interview to The Sun saying, quote, I miss my family very much. I'm sure that we are going to be reunited, and I think they are going to forgive me for what I have done. Then saying, I'm extremely sorry, and that he regrets his crimes. He also added that he watched the whole coronation of King Charles, and that, quote, I'm a big fan of King Charles, end quote. I was like, all right. Okay. In January of this year, there were reports that Yosef is like suffering from dementia. I don't know. I think it's the early stages, they said, but that's the thing. So Elizabeth and her family, woo, they have been through it. Elizabeth and her children, obviously, like life has been, I'm sure, like confusing and difficult, right? I mean, once they got out of the cellar, it was said like the kids, obviously, completely shocked. They were taking everything in. It was like they were experiencing a lot of firsts, like riding in a car, going outside, seeing rain, being around other people. It just must have been a lot to wrap their heads around. It's just one day you're out and you're like, wait, what? I didn't even know like I was stuck somewhere. So when they got out of the cellar, they were immediately taken into care. So it's like Elizabeth, all 6 of her children, again, her mother, Rosemary, they were housed in like a local clinic where they were completely shielded from the outside world. So they went from one locked in place to another, but at least they were free, right? But while they were there, they received medical and like psychological treatment. Great, right? The children who were living in the cellar, they didn't have the best health. Again, they had never seen sunlight. So it was said like they had also a lot of different infections due to the filth that they were living in. inside the cellar, it was like really humid. Bacteria was constantly growing. And then they were like breathing that in all of the time, all of their life. Let me get a different lip liner. Please hold. So therapy hasn't been that easy for them. They needed a lot of extra help for everything. Like for one, like getting adjusted to the light after years in semi-darkness. They also needed help coping with the extra space they had. Like they could freely move about, but you know, they were raised in a place that was so small, so they didn't know they didn't know what to do with all the extra space. And then as time went on, it was revealed that like Elizabeth and her children were more traumatized than they had thought. I mean, yeah, 24 years. I guess Kirsten, she
Necesitaba
like
estirarme porque...
she was tearing out clumps of her hair. She would rip up dresses and like stuff them in like the toilet. Her son, Stefan, he could not walk properly because he was over 5'8", and again the cellar ceiling was shorter than that, so he was walking around like hunched over all of his life, and he had a really hard time correcting that. And it was said that they had severe anxiety. Jeez, I bet. I mean, duh. I mean, like, I'm sure we can all understand that. Well, you know, like everyday normal occurrences, like people dimming the lights or like closing doors, would send Kirsten and like Stefan into panic attacks. And then Elizabeth's other children, her three other children that were raised upstairs in the normal house, whatever that is, you know, they dealt with like major anger and resentment afterwards. Yeah, just a lot, right? And then Elizabeth and her mother, Rosemary, they had issues too. It was said that Elizabeth kind of eventually, like, she started to have anger towards her mom, you know, for being passive during her upbringing. Don't blame her, right? I guess they like didn't talk for a long time after she came out of the cellar, and like later down the road they now have like a relationship, it said. Yeah, I would be fucking pissed. Elizabeth and her children, they have moved to an unnamed village in northern Austria, and that's where they live and require ongoing therapy. I read they stopped doing therapy, but whatever, like, I hope they're just doing well, right? Elizabeth, though, she also found love. Oh, yeah, with a bodyguard who was working with the family during the trial. Over the years, it's been said
What?
that the family has been trying their best to do normal things.
Oh, que se me
like
caen los cascos.
driving, being outside, playing video games, spending time with their mother and grandmother. Yeah, that's kind of confusing. Is that their... Never mind. I'm overthinking it. But yeah, spending time with family, I guess. So the family is said to be like really private. And the residents in the neighborhood where they live, they also help protect and like look out for the family, which must be really nice to have like that kind of support system, right? Because I guess a lot of people come around trying to get interviews and stuff, and like the whole community is like, nope, get the fuck out of here. Elizabeth and the family, they haven't given interviews, they haven't been seen in pictures or anything since coming out, and like I'm sure they want to keep it that way, right? Obviously, which I'm glad. Like, good if that, you know, good for them. Let them heal. Seriously, like maybe one day they'll want to share their story and experience, or like maybe they won't. Either way, I'm sure we all can agree, like, glad they made it out, right? Oy vey. Other than that, the only other update was like in June of 2013, the Fritzl home was sold, and the basement was covered in or filled with concrete. So, wow, we made it to the end. And that is the awful case of Josef Fritzl. And I don't even know what to say. I think, you know, I think I'm not laughing. You know, I'm not laughing. It's just
Es que
uncomfortable.
qué señor más
I'm laughing
retorcido, qué
because
caso
I
más.
think that we can all agree, like, it's glad they made it
What
out,
the
right?
fuck?
God, like, life must be really challenging after the fact. So I think we all can agree. Glad that they're out. Hope that they've been adjusting well, and it's really nice to hear that they have a community that like has their back and is looking out for them. Just hope that they can live their lives as best as possible, you know? As for Josef, What do you even say to that guy? I don't even know. I hope he has a miserable time in prison. It's really all you can wish for, huh? This is like one of those stories that just sits with you for way too long. And I'm like, I can't believe there's people out there like this. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Let me know your thoughts down below if you have any. I don't even know what you can say, huh? I know.
Ouch.
I know. Let me know what you think of this look. Actually, don't, because I like it. I like it. That's all that matters, really, right? Let me know in the comment section who you want me to talk about next time. Sometimes there is a delay, like with this one, but eventually I'll get to it, I'm sure. Other than that, I hope you have a good rest of your day. You make good choices. Please be safe out there, right? And I will be seeing you guys later. Goodbye. Hi, friends. How are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. Okay. Hi, if you are new here. Hi, again. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I mean, geez, this story is so weird. Really one that's been heavy on my noggin because none of it makes sense. So I should do some makeup. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I'll list it in the description box down below. But other than that, I will shut up and tell you about today's story. So, takes place December 2nd, 2010, in the heart of Melbourne, Australia. So the story takes place at the Valencia Apartments. You know, they stand tall. They're a luxury high-rise that promises like safety and sophistication. But something unthinkable happens. Phoebe Handstruck, a 24-year-old woman, is found dead at the bottom of a garbage chute. Yes, you heard that right. A garbage chute. Now, it appeared she had fallen through the garbage disposal chute from the 12th floor where Phoebe had shared an apartment with her boyfriend. I know, already weird. Though the police had ruled her death as a suicide and the coroner had determined her death was a freak accident, many did not accept this as her cause of death. No.
Wait.
So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's rewind and get to know Phoebe a little bit. Phoebe sounded like a wonderful person. She was born May 9th, 1986 in Melbourne, Australia, to her mother Natalie and her father Len. Len was a psychiatrist, and for a long time, he had been a psychiatrist for like 40 years now. She had two younger brothers named Nikolai and Tom. Yes. And the family lived in Richmond, which was like a suburb of Melbourne. Now, growing up, it was said that Phoebe was known to be a free spirit, a wild child. She had a really active imagination. She loved being active herself, like going outside in nature or going to the ocean. She was also an avid climber and a martial artist. I know, she's doing a lot. On top of all of this, she was artistically gifted and very creative. In school, she was very popular. She loved socializing. She liked being around her peers, and people just overall really seemed to like her. She played on like a basketball team with some of her friends, and she was very competitive. She was really good too. She would like zip from one side of the court to the other, and like she was unstoppable on the court. It was also said that Phoebe was quite cheeky and playful, and she had like a really funny sense of humor. But on the other hand, she could be extremely sensitive, compassionate, and also quick-tempered. Phoebe was known to like feel things pretty deeply. I was trying to think, like, what do you call that? I think an empath, right? I think she would like feel deeply, okay? And I think a lot of the times when you are a person like that who just feels a lot, it can lead to depression, you know? So Phoebe, she really struggled with that too. It just seemed like Phoebe had a lot of emotions, as we all do, but you know, she felt a lot. Well, when Phoebe became a teenager, things got a little funky, as they do with like, you know, a lot of teenagers. They go through that phase. She started experimenting with drugs and alcohol at 15. And, to her parents, it was very troubling. She was acting out. It wasn't good. At one point, I guess she had like run away from home and she went to go live with this guy. Unsure how they met and stuff, so it doesn't matter. But she went to go live with this guy. He was like an ex convict and
Ah,
he was living with his kid and she went to go live with him for like 8 weeks. Teenagers. Again, not sure how she met this guy, but like that happened. I guess eventually she came home and then she got onto some antidepressants in hopes just to get her back on track and whatnot. And she did. She seemed to get back on track. But then not long after she met another guy. This guy was like twice her age and worked as a teacher. And I guess they started dating for a while. Ugh. But still, regardless, I mean, she was very protective of her family. She loved her brothers. And she had a very special and close relationship with her grandmother. And I guess like she would confide in her grandmother pretty often. Well, despite like these rocky years, Phoebe, she still had like bigger plans for her future, goals in life. Like one of her goals was to travel and go to India and like do aid work. So life carried on, and Phoebe, when she was 23 years old, she got a job working as a receptionist at Lindley Godfrey Hair Salon in South Yara. While she was there, she was working there, and like that's where she met 39-year-old Anthony Hampel. Everyone called him Ant for short, so I'm gonna call him Ant. He worked as like an events promoter and he worked with like a lot of celebrity clientele, people who had money. You know what I'm saying? He could he would come into the hair salon and get his hair done, and that's how we met Phoebe. Many people said or thought that Ant was quite handsome and he had come from like a really good family. His dad was a Supreme Court judge. Oh, yes. His name was George Hampel. And his stepmom was a county court judge. Ugh, not good. But we'll get into it. Anyways, she was named Felicity Hampel. Well, Phoebe and Ant, they meet each other, they hit it off, and they decide to start dating. And the two of them end up dating for like 5 months, and then they decide to move in together. Phoebe moves into his place, his apartment. It's on St. Kilda Road, and they move in together in October of 2009. So again, this was in that like luxury apartment. It was on the 12th floor luxury apartment building called Valencia.
Te iba a decir,
It's a
me
nice
cago en la
apartment
puta
building, big windows,
el
beautiful
piso, ¿so?
views, lots of fancy amenities. It was money. So just like this, like on the surface, seemed like this glamorous, cute couple. It's like beauty and business, just living this fancy life. But you and I both know that it's never like that, is it?
Literalmente es
Appearances
como
are
de
always
tú y yo sabemos que
deceiving.
esto va de
So it was said that,
asesinatos, o sea
especially
que...
during this time, but Phoebe had an on again, off again relationship with alcohol. And at this time, she was drinking a lot. I guess Ant and Phoebe had a pretty rocky relationship. They would break up, they would get back together, break up, repeat. She started seeing a psychiatrist, or she was seeing a psychiatrist, but Phoebe would tell her psychiatrist lots of things about her relationship with Ant, like that he was verbally abusive, that he was aggressive, and mainly that she was upset in the relationship. It was said that her psychiatrist later like kind of testified or whatever, but she said that like she was working with Phoebe to like get out of this relationship or help her see that she needed to get out of this relationship, like it wasn't good for her. But Phoebe would always end up kind of going back. Phoebe had left Ant like 4 different times in the 6 weeks before her death. And Phoebe's boss at the hair salon said that Ant always managed to lure Phoebe back in. One of those. Unfortunately, Phoebe's 4th return to Ant would be her last. So December 1st, 2010, this was the day before her death.
Y por eso no
Phoebe
vuelvan
had
con
sent a
su
really
ex.
strange text message to her brothers,
Los va a
her
matar.
parents, and her grandmother. Oh, and her boss. And the text message said, quote, "Hi family, I'm in bed and about to sleep, and when I wake, I will transform into the most incredible human being you've ever seen. ... Not, I will go to hospital. It's safer there, and I hear the special tonight is tomato soup. Delicious, nutritious, 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 nutritious. There we go. I love you all very much, but not enough to send an individual text. Sorry about that, but time is sleep, and I must be on my way. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. XO. I know. If you got that text message, what would you do? I'd be like, okay,
What the fuck?
send. I don't know. I don't know what I would say to that. But obviously, it was concerning, right? Phoebe's mother, Natalie, she received the text message like as she was boarding onto an airplane. So she knew she wasn't going to get a response. So she reaches out to like her mom, who is Phoebe's grandma, and she asked her, Jeanette is her name. Phoebe's grandma's name is Jeanette. So she asked Jeanette, like, hey, can you check on Phoebe? Because she kind of lived close by. Well, Jeanette tried to call Phoebe, no answer. So she calls Aunt, no answer. So the next day on December 2nd at like 10:35 in the morning, Jeanette, Phoebe's grandma, she reaches out again to see if she can get an answer, right? But this time she's able to reach Aunt. And the first thing she asked Aunt was like, is Phoebe okay? And I guess Aunt was confused a little bit because he didn't know about Phoebe's bizarre text message. Allegedly, we don't know. He told Jeanette that he had left Phoebe sleeping peacefully that morning, but that he would swing by the apartment and like check on her since his office wasn't that far. So on this day, Phoebe was, just back at the apartment. At 11:44 a.m., there was CCTV footage of her leaving the apartment because there was a fire alarm. Like, I guess the fire alarm inside the building had accidentally been set off, so everyone had to get out. So you can see Phoebe on camera leaving with her dog, and then she takes him for a little walk. And then it's not even that long. She's caught back on camera returning to the apartment complex, and then she goes to the 12th floor residence. Now, nobody knows what happened in the hours that followed. It's very bizarre. What we do know for sure is that Phoebe was drinking heavily. And that sounds kind of douchey to say, but like she was. She had a lot of alcohol in her system. So at some point, Phoebe had left her apartment before 7 o'clock p.m. because she leaves the apartment and she like somehow plunged down the garbage chute. It's so weird. The garbage chute was like right outside the apartment, on the wall. You go to it, you open it, and then you drop garbage into it. I hope you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. It's like with that thing that you open up when you drop off mail. Trying to explain this. I think you get it, but sure. But it's pretty small. Like it measured just 14.5 by 8.6 inches. So not huge. But somehow she got in there and she fell nearly 40 meters or 131 feet down from the 12th floor. She gets in there and falls. Now, she survived the fall, and I guess she was in the garbage room place. She was like desperately trying to get out. She's trying to get out the garbage bin that she fell in. Because she fell feet first, the garbage compactor at the bottom of the bin had essentially severed her right foot. Oy, I know. Sadly, Phoebe bled out in the dark alone. And when she was found, her jeans were below her knees, kind of closer to her ankles. They were undone at the waist, and her belt was only threaded through the first 2 of like 5 belt loops. So just a very odd, weird, what happened kind of scene. Okay, so let me tell you the days leading up to Phoebe's death. So things leading up to her death, they seemed really off. That Monday morning, Phoebe had an appointment with her psychologist, who would later say that her mood was like very low. She seemed to be distressed regarding her relationship. And on that same Monday night, Phoebe and Aunt, I guess, had gone out with some friends to get dinner, but things didn't go so well. It was said that Phoebe was just like trying to open up and have a conversation with her friend, fucking talk. And when she spoke, Aunt kept like shutting her down, preventing her from sharing her thoughts or emotions, anything. The friends from dinner that night said that their evening had ended abruptly. Phoebe and Aunt had left. Things were kind of tense, I guess. But when Phoebe and Aunt had left, they drove back to the apartment and then they got into like a heated argument in the car park. It was said that Phoebe had like left the car park in tears. Then she called up an old party friend asking if they would meet with her for a drink at a bar nearby. So this friend agrees. I guess they go to like a bar, whatever. They have a few drinks and they stay for like about an hour. The friend had noted that her phone was ringing nonstop, call after call after call. And then later, phone records revealed that Phoebe had missed 27 missed calls from Aunt during that hour she was at the bar. The friend from the dinner said like the nonstop calls from Aunt had made her like really upset, obviously, you know? So when they were leaving the bar, I guess Phoebe was so annoyed that she like just threw her phone across the street and it broke. It was said that Phoebe had two phones. She had the iPhone, which she threw, whatever. And the iPhone, it technically belonged to Aunt, like it was his phone, but she was using it. I guess it's like a girlfriend perk. Like, you can have my old phone. Like, that was kind of the vibe I was getting. And then she had her old Nokia phone. I think that was like her main phone, whatever. But her Nokia phone has actually never been found. No one knows where that went. It was said that Phoebe didn't return to the apartment that night. She was really angry, you know, which is probably for the better. She ended up driving out to her mom's house. Her mom was out of town, but she hung out with her mom's partner and stayed up talking just about her crappy relationship, how unhappy she was. Then, based off of phone records, Phoebe had returned to her apartment by Tuesday morning after Aunt had left for work. So Phoebe must have been feeling some type of way the next morning because on Tuesday, she had made a couple of phone calls to a crisis line at Alfred Hospital. Then she called her psychiatrist. Her psychiatrist later testified that Phoebe told her on the phone that she was extremely distressed about her relationship issues, that she was drinking heavily, and that she felt unsafe. This is what the psychiatrist said. And I was like, damn, like, shouldn't the psychiatrist have helped a little bit more? I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm expecting too much. Just feels like if a client of yours says, like, I don't feel safe, that would be a red flag. But I don't know, it doesn't matter. So she makes these phone calls. I guess nothing really comes of it. Then before 4 p.m., Phoebe sent out a text to her grandmother, Jeanette, telling her that she would call her the next day. In a later interview, Aunt said that when he got home Tuesday, he had taken Phoebe's iPhone and took it to like a repair shop that was close by because she had broken it from throwing it. But that's why she wasn't returning anyone's phone calls and stuff. That's what he said. So December 2nd, in the morning, it was like 8:30, 9 o'clock, Aunt had left the apartment for work. This is the day she passed away. This day she had plans to have dinner with her father. It was his birthday like a couple days ago, and she wanted to have dinner with him, and they were going to meet up at some restaurant and have dinner together. It was noted that around 8:45 in the morning, she had sent out an email and used the computer inside the apartment a couple of times. And then again at 11:43 in the morning, that's when the fire alarm went off. So she had left the building, you know. She had returned to the building at like 11:50.
Hello.
And once returning, she went back to the 12th floor apartment. Again, she used the computer. And they were able to like track like computer movement and stuff. Then between the hours of 12 p.m. to 7 p.m., again, no one knows what the hell was going on. It's very unclear. Aunt had come home to the apartment at 6 p.m. He was driving a Range Rover. He pulled it into the building's basement garage. Aunt then took the elevator and like let himself into the apartment. Now, when he gets to the apartment, he couldn't remember if the front door was locked when he arrived or unlocked. But what he did remember was walking into the apartment and his dog Yoshi greeted him. But then he looks around and he notices that the apartment was just a hot mess. There were shards of broken glass on the floor. He said it smelled like incense either were burning or like had just been burning. The living room pillows were ripped. There were 2 wine glasses on the table. What was most concerning was that there was blood spattered across the keyboard and computer. It's like, what? Then he said he peeked into the bathroom, and that's when he saw that on the floor was Phoebe's hair straightener, and it was still plugged in. I know. If the hair straightener is plugged in and it's on the ground, you know something went down. So on the kitchen counter was Phoebe's purse, wallet, and her keys, but Phoebe was nowhere to be found. Now, according to Aunt, everything is according to Aunt. There were several like post-it notes with strange scribbles all over the kitchen counter. He knew that this stuff was the post-its were new because the house cleaner had come by and like cleaned everything the day before. So they were recent. Aunt said he went into the bedroom and he found what he called a shrine on the bed. I don't know if I believe him on this one. There's no pics, but sure. He said there was a shrine. He said that on the bed there was like a photo of himself and Phoebe and a photo of her cat and what he later described as rambled notes. The notes she writes when she's smashed. They don't make a lot of sense. That's what he said. So the apartment was concerning and Phoebe was gone, but Aunt, he carried on.
Eso es lo que él dijo. O sea, la policía no encontró esas
He
notas.
got some beer. He made a couple phone calls to like friends and coworkers, and then he ordered some food delivery, you know, which is so weird, right? Like, even if everything was totally fine, let's say nothing bad even happened.
Hay sangre.
When you get home, wouldn't like the first thing you do if you see broken glass on the floor, you would clean up the broken glass?
Ya, o sea, no
right?
sé.
You got a dog, your dog might walk in it, spread it around everywhere. It's gonna get in your feet. Oh, that's the worst when you get some glass in your foot. He didn't. He just like left everything as is and went on with his night. I think it was intentional, but
What the fuck?
I don't know. Then at 6:51 p.m., it was like 40 minutes had gone by, okay, since Aunt had come home. So Phoebe's father is calling Phoebe's iPhone. Len and Aunt have different memories as to what happened next. So according to Len, Phoebe's father, Aunt answered his call on Phoebe's iPhone. Len said that he was calling Phoebe's phone to let her know that he was running late for dinner, but it went to voicemail. Within 1 minute of her dad's call, Aunt, for the first time ever, called Phoebe's dad. So Aunt tells Len that Phoebe's phone was not in the apartment, but he just so happened to call her dad the same minute he called her. Does that make sense? Aunt said like it was just like an odd coincidence. It's a weird one. So on the other hand, Aunt said that he called Len from his own phone a minute later because he thought Phoebe might have like gone to meet Len and that he didn't know it was a minute later because he didn't have the phone. It was just a weird coincidence. That's crazy. Wow. The universe is so weird. Right, everyone? Regardless of who called who, when the both of them talked on the phone, Len had explained that he was trying to call Phoebe because, you know, they made plans to have dinner to celebrate his birthday. And they were supposed to meet at one of Phoebe's favorite restaurants. It's called the Golden Triangle. And Len was calling to say again that he was running late. But Aunt told Len over the phone, she's not here. And then he goes on to say, her bag and her keys are here, so like she can't be too far away. So Len was worried when Aunt said Phoebe wasn't in the apartment. And Len tells Aunt that maybe he should report her missing. And Aunt, again on the phone, he's like, He tells Len, no, I'm not going to report her missing. Like, it's not necessary. They don't listen until 48 hours have passed. And she'll be back by then. Everyone seems to always believe. I don't even know if that's true anymore, the 48 hours thing. Anyways, but he was like, no, it's fine. Meanwhile, between 7:04 and 7:11 p.m., a concierge at the Valencia Apartments, downstairs, main lobby, were there. Concierge was like, I need a broom. They gotta do some cleaning duties, okay? So they go looking for a broom, and they try to open the door that's gonna lead them to the broom. And this door was stuck, right? Stuck, not moving. So then after a couple attempts to open the door, that's when this person comes across Phoebe lying in a pool of her own blood besides the garbage bin. Oh, horrible. Could you imagine? No. I was gonna say, could you imagine? No, I couldn't imagine. That'd be awful. Obviously, the first thing they did was dial 000, which is equivalent to 911. 000 makes way more sense. It's easy. It's right there, 000. I don't know why they make us do 911. Like, it's not 000 makes more sense. Thank you. So the police end up showing up, and they were given the keys to the garbage room, where again, it appears Phoebe had just plummeted 40 meters to the ground floor. She must have like landed in the garbage compactor, leaving her with several injuries and almost a severed foot. They came to the conclusion that, like, Phoebe, when she landed, she was still alive because around the garbage bins there were blood smears where she must have like gotten her strength to get up and like crawl out of the bin. And then she was bleeding to death while she struggled to find the exit. Poor thing. It was so sad. So an ambulance was called at 7:20 p.m., which was like 20 minutes after Phoebe was initially found. So the paramedics arrived. It's like 7 minutes later, and their presence just seemed to add like chaos in this relatively small foyer and the corridor area that led to the garbage room. So one of the paramedics, her name was Christy, and she was told by police that the room was a crime scene and she was not like allowed to enter the area. Now this went against like all of Christy's training and instincts, but still, like, there was nothing she could do. I mean, the police were in charge and they wouldn't let her enter. Christy wasn't happy about being prevented from trying to help, and it was said like, well, she later said she lost a lot of sleep over it, and that there were like no reports that anyone laid hands on Phoebe to see if she was still warm or to check like if she was actually dead, which is fucked up. But the room was considered a crime scene, so police didn't allow anyone in until the crime scene specialist arrived, which was like hours later. So not long after, one of the managers of the apartments shows up. His name was Eric. So this Eric guy, he goes up to police and he's like, hey, we have CCTV footage. Maybe you guys want to get that, or I can give that to you and it would help with like the situation. Eric also told the officers that they would have to act quickly because the camera footage operated on a 2-day loop, meaning that it would record over previous footage every 2 days. So Eric said in an interview, quote, I suggested to the police that if they needed any CCTV, they should start downloading. He also said, quote, they didn't really respond to me suggesting this. Thank you, Eric. So the cameras kept running. Police told Eric, like, we'll let you know if we need the footage. We'll call
¿Cuándo?
you.
¿Dentro de 2 días?
So then 2 days go by, and of course the police are like, hey, can we get that CCTV footage? It's not funny. It's just stupid, right?
Es como, hermano.
Obviously the tapes had filmed over, some of them had at this point. So they were able to get like 3 or 4 of the camera footage from like the 16 cameras. Yeah, the rest had been filmed over with like new footage. Meanwhile, all this is going on downstairs. Ant was just completely unaware, living in his own little world. So again, he ordered some takeout. He actually ordered takeout from the Golden Triangle, which was like the restaurant Phoebe and her dad were supposed to go to that evening. Don't you think that's a little weird? I thought that was a little weird. Like, why wouldn't he just go with them? Or was he trying to make it seem like he did go with them? I don't know. I might be overthinking it. I just thought that was weird. So he ordered delivery just for himself, and the food arrived just after like 8 p.m. The food was delivered to his apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Your food's here. So Ant answers his door, and the food delivery man asked Ant, like, hey, what's going on here? And Ant was like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean what's going on? And then the delivery man was like, out front, like the front of the building is swarming with cops. There are police cars, ambulance. Like, I had to prop my bike up on the street. And then he left it with like, I hope your food isn't cold. So Ant takes the food, he brings it inside, he puts it down, he heads downstairs where he sees a bunch of police officers and stuff, and he goes up to one of the detectives and he's like, what's going on? So this is when the senior sergeant told Ant that a woman's body had been found in the trash compactor room. Apparently Ant had followed that with, oh no, my girlfriend is missing, could it be her? My acting kind of sucks. Oh no. So Ant like starts to ramble. I think he's in a panic, because his girlfriend is missing. But he tells the sergeant, like, oh, my girlfriend's been missing all day. I've been at work. I was trying to call her every couple hours. I got no response. He also tells the sergeant, like, she's suffering from depression and taking medication, and that she wasn't home when I got home. I tried calling her, no answer. Sometimes she disappears. Like, I don't know. Maybe she'll turn up. Just list of things. Like, okay. He even tells the sergeant about the Post-it notes. He's like, yeah, and then she left some Post-it notes. I have no idea, like, where she went. Anthony goes back up to the apartment to grab, like, a recent photo of Phoebe so, they could ID her. So when Ant shows the image to the sergeant, that's when they confirm, like, we think this is Phoebe. So the sergeant and another detective, they go up to Aunt and Phoebe's apartment to examine the area and the surrounding area. This is where the police completely flopped. The detectives noted that there were several interesting factors. There was some broken glass and some blood on the floor. The post-it notes were strange, allegedly left by Phoebe. And it was also strange that the dog was in the process of ripping up another cushion. They were like, noted. The two detectives also searched the entire 12th floor and found blood on the floor of the refuse room where the garbage chute was like located. They also found a mixture of DNA from at least like 2 people who's in the bloodstains on the inside door of the ground floor refuse room. So they find all this like blood and stuff, and I don't know. They didn't test any of it.
Ah.
I don't know. None of it. So again, they also found blood around the apartment
Dios,
itself.
hay veces que la
like
policía es
near the
idiota y estos son
computer.
los casos.
Now, the police, they took
Qué duro.
some photos, but for
Es como
some
cogemos muestras, pero no las
reason, they didn't
analizamos.
take pictures of everything. They took, like,
Nos
like
dicen
3
que
photos,
las
it seemed
cámaras
like.
de seguridad
Also, they didn't
se
test DNA
regraban
on that blood either. Police didn't
cada
take any
2
Phoebe's
días.
or Anne's
No
devices,
pedimos
none of their laptops.
las cámaras.
Cell
¿Sabes?
phones were
Como,
examined. There were
hello?
also large
Stupid.
shoe prints that were leading away from the apartment.
Eres
that
estúpido o
was
algo. Y la
noted,
policía
pointed
dice,
out,
sí,
but no photos
sí.
and no samples were taken. Okay. I mean, it could have been hers, but like based off what I was reading, it didn't seem like it was hers. It seemed like they were like questionable shoe prints. So again, it was noted that there were 2 glasses on the kitchen counter area. One appeared to have wine in it. The other one looked like it was kind of empty, but there were 2 glasses. So a lot of people think there were 2 people. Honestly, when looking at the glasses, I was thinking one kind of looked like it would have hard liquor in it, and the other one was like a chaser. That's what kind of reminded me of. But like either way, none of the glasses were taken for like fingerprints or DNA. There was one person at the scene who said like inside the apartment on like a wall that was kind of near the kitchen, there was a large smudge on it, and it was said to be like a dark substance. But again, no photos or samples taken. It kind of sounded like this dark substance was like, I'm jumping to conclusions here, but like if when your skin comes in contact with the wall and it leaves behind like that, it kind of gets greasy and dirty looking. Just me? All right. But that's kind of like what it sounded like, you know, like someone had smudged up against it. But they didn't get a photo. So, like I said, many people believe like police really botched this investigation, and I'm sure you can agree, I think they did. So when the time came, Anthony, or Ant, he told the detectives that he was too upset to view Phoebe's body and ID her. So her parents ended up doing it. But once he was alone, he called up his mom. Her name was Suzanne Owen, and his stepfather, his name was Robert. He calls them up first. He then calls Phoebe's father, Len, to tell him that Phoebe had died. Then Len told like the rest of the family, passed on the bad news. So I guess when Phoebe's grandmother was called, like the first thing she said when she picked up the phone was like, is she okay? You know, wondering about Phoebe. Because like I said earlier, Jeanette was super, super close to her granddaughter Phoebe. And like probably how the whole family, it sounded like. Phoebe and her grandma had a super close relationship and was one of like her closest confidants. And in the days leading up to Phoebe's passing, I guess Phoebe had actually gone and like visited her grandma, and she told her that she was going to leave her boyfriend Ant. And her grandma told her, gave her some advice, and was like, you should go back to the apartment and like tell him that it's over face to face, you know, and make sure like you end on good terms. That's what her grandma says to her. And like in interviews now, like to this day, her grandma, I think we understand why, regrets ever saying that. Jeanette, she ended up showing, you know, Phoebe's grandma, she ended up showing texts that she got from Aunt from that morning, the morning of Phoebe's death. Jeanette had texted Aunt asking like how they both were, and he had replied at like 8:30 in the morning. He wrote back, thanks, Marm. She is Sleeping Beauty right now and not the beast she was. Resting well, and I've explained now is the time to heal. Then, when she feels okay, we'll work out a plan. So Victoria police concluded that Phoebe's death was the result of a suicide. And in the coroner, they ruled that her death was a freak accident. According to the coroners, Phoebe had a blood alcohol level of 0.16, which is like 3 times the legal limit. So they know like her final hours involved heavy drinking. Phoebe also had Stilnox in her system, which is a prescription sleeping pill. And the coroners believe she had taken like 1 or 2 of these sleeping pills. Now, the coroner's opinion was that Phoebe, while inside her apartment, had accidentally like broken a glass and she attempted to clean it up. And while doing so, she must have accidentally cut herself, and that's why there was like blood in the apartment. She then carried a garbage bag to the garbage chute, and because she was so intoxicated, she made the decision to climb into the garbage chute on her own, which then led to her death. They even went on to say that Phoebe most likely was in a sleepwalking state after drinking the alcohol and like taking the sleeping pills. And like, okay, sure. But to many, this didn't add up. This didn't make sense. And I'll tell you why. Police, during their investigation, didn't look into the garbage. And you're like, why would they do that? Because if Phoebe didn't throw her trash away or whatever, and like this is the story that they think happened, then maybe they could try and like, tie a garbage bag to Phoebe's apartment, kind of help with their story to make it make sense. And if they find like a bag belonging to her and like their apartment trash, it would make sense. But, police failed to like make any connection there. So at the scene, Phoebe's sunglasses were found right next to her in the refuse room, which led to many people asking, like, why would she take her sunglasses with her while attempting to climb into a garbage chute? Like they were on her head or something, they believe. Also, when she was found, her jeans were down to her, like below her knees, and her belt was only looped into 2 of the 5 belt loops. Now, if she fell feet first into a narrow garbage chute, her jeans, they wouldn't slip down. They would slip up, or they'd be pushed upwards, So, like, didn't make sense. And also, her falling down a garbage chute wouldn't undo her belt. Many people have suggested, like, oh, it kind of seemed like she was in the middle of, like, looping her belt into her jeans, and then she ended up there or something. Like, nobody could make sense of the jeans or her sunglasses. It was just kind of like it's super weird. There's no answers there. Not even the coroners or anyone could, like, make sense of it. So, Phoebe's grandfather, this guy's so great. So great. I just feel bad because, like, the circumstances are awful, obviously, but her grandfather, he's a retired police detective, and he was not convinced. He was like, Phoebe was murdered. I think she was murdered. And he wanted to prove that it would have been virtually impossible to climb into a garbage chute on your own. Because if these reports were true, like, Phoebe would have to climb into the chute feet first, which is tough, especially if you're in like a sleep-like state. Like, it's not on the ground or anything. Like, this garbage chute thing is like up high. The garbage chute had a 22 centimeter latch, and the opening of this thing is like a little wider than a laptop. There were no handholds or like supporting structures on the wall near the garbage chute, so getting into the thing alone would be super difficult. On top of that, once something is inserted into the chute, the door automatically closes, which again would make it very hard to enter the chute. There was like a retired detective, his name was Roland Legg. He would say, like, one of the major problems apart from the dimensions is that the door comes up against your lower back and jams you in. So trying to maneuver yourself is then not helped by the fact that there is nothing to grip onto. So this is where Phoebe's grandpa is like a badass, because he's like, I'm gonna do my own experiment. He had a model who was the same size as Phoebe. He brings them in and has them try to get into the chute on their own, which turns out was just not possible. There's footage of this because they uploaded it on YouTube, so you can actually watch it. But they tried numerous times with failed results every time. So then they tried it again. The model person had some assistance. It was like another person lifting her up and putting her into the chute, and that worked. But it required her to raise her arms above her head to successfully get in. And that's where it's saying, because the investigators who analyzed the crime scene said that Phoebe's arms were most likely by her side during the fall, because she had a bunch of injuries on her arms, and they're like, that means like her arms were probably down by her side. Now this part is where it just screams like Like, I don't even know what this scripts. It's just annoying because like they saw that she had bruises because Phoebe had several bruises on her arms, neck, and wrists, and they were like hand marks. Like, come on. Like someone was grabbing. And they even say, like in the reports, it could be from someone like being aggressive and grabbing, but it also could be from something else. It's just like, okay. But there was some on her arms and there was one on her neck too. Come the fuck on. The coroner and the police were like, nope, those are from the fall itself. And they were like set on this. They still are.
¿Cómo que de la
So then when the
caída?
coroner came
¿Cómo?
out and ruled Phoebe's death as like suicide / freak accident, whatever the hell they said, Ant applied for Phoebe's superannuation fund. Sure, I said that right, Australia. But it's like it's kind of like a retirement or savings plan that's used in Australia. In other words, he was trying to receive a death benefit payment. And like this was just not even long after they came out with the report. I wonder if he had debts. Ant's father, remember he was a judge, a big judge. His name's George Hample. He signed a statutory declaration, which is like a legal statement. So in Ant's declaration, George Hample exaggerated the length of Ant and Phoebe's living situation. He said, or he like signed a thing that said that Phoebe and Ant were living together for 6 months longer than they actually were in order for Ant to receive Phoebe's payment. I know. Now, Ant ended up receiving a payment of $113,000. So that's a lot. Damn, you guys got some good benefits out there, huh? So he receives the payment, and then there were like several disputes. Obviously, the family was very upset by this, and they were trying to fight him on it. And eventually, Ant kind of gives in, and he gives some money to Phoebe's brothers. But the fact that he did that in the first place, huh? Wow. Oh, that's not all. So then Ant and his family, they hold a funeral for Phoebe at some fancy yacht club. It was said that like some of Phoebe's closest friends weren't even invited. I think it was just for show. And then Phoebe's family, they had their own funeral, which was more modest. It was by the river. And Ant did not attend. So just weeks after Phoebe's death, Ant actually sold his apartment at the Valencia. Many thought, weird. So Phoebe's family was really pushing for like the police and investigators and the courts to like investigate this death because it's strange, it's bizarre, right? But of course, like Ant and his family strongly opposed into looking into Phoebe's death further. The coroner had ruled that the combination of sleeping pills and alcohol had affected Phoebe's mental state, which led to her entering the garbage chute and losing her life. The coroners had like an assisting counsel. They disagreed. They were saying that this evidence left the possibility of third party involvement, which possibly included Ant. But what the coroner ruled. So it didn't matter what other people said. Just so dumb. I wonder who's paying them off. So Phoebe's family had actually tried to challenge the coroner's findings like multiple times, but nothing ever really seemed to come from it. They kept getting denied. Phoebe's parents were straight up told like that it would be challenging trying to find a lawyer that would go against Ant's parents. Again, one was a Supreme Court judge, his dad, and his stepmom was a county court judge. So, yeah. Then in August 2013, a coroner's inquest into Phoebe's death was launched. They finally decided, okay, fine, we'll look into this. So obviously, like Anthony's attorney objected to the notion that Phoebe was murdered. He's like, no, look at what everyone else said. And during the inquest, coroner Peter White had testified once again that Phoebe sleepwalked herself right into that chute. But there's a detective. His name's Detective O'Brien. He was actually with Ant the night of Phoebe's death. And he testified saying that Anthony's demeanor at the time was strange. Go on. Yes. What about it? What? In a statement to
Pero a
the
ver,
court,
que
Detective
es
O'Brien
extraño
said that
sí
he
un
remembered
poco,
Ant
¿no?
cried, but that there were no tears running down his face.
O sea, solo leyendo la
Nor did it
historia es como
appear
de,
there
what
had
the
been any
fuck?
at all. He added that Ant was sniffling yet there was no sign of mucus or snot coming from his nose. He also said that his eyes were not bloodshot or red and his face appeared quite normal. Again, that night, like, police officers went to Ant and they were like, hey, we need to, like, get your statement. And Ant Tripp told the officer, oh, I can type the statement up myself. He told the officer, like, I'm a really fast typist. I could just type it for you really quick. And the officer was like, okay. And the officer said that as soon as Ant started typing his statement, he immediately stopped crying and appeared calm and composed. There was someone else who like came forward and said Ant was being weird. One of his longtime friends, her name was Vanessa Levin, she was shocked at his unusual behavior after Phoebe's death. She said that he appeared to enjoy all of the people that were coming by his apartment, saying that he was lapping up the attention. This friend also said that while she was visiting Ant, he would be totally fine, normal, everything was great. He was scrolling on Facebook, answering emails, but then as soon as like a visitor came by, he would go to the couch, grab a pillow, go into the fetal position, and just cry. Do we expect him to be crying all day, every day? No. But this friend was saying that it seemed like he was turning on and off his emotions. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like a performance a little bit. Now, when Phoebe's grandmother, Jeanette, came over to the apartment, she said something was off. She looked around the apartment and she was like, there is nothing around this apartment that even belongs to Phoebe or like shows Phoebe's personality, which you would assume there would be like traces of your existence in your apartment that you live in, right? She said there was nothing around the apartment that was of Phoebe's except for carefully arranged photographs of Ant and Phoebe that were like laid out on the table. She was like, this is weird because Phoebe liked to paint. She was a colorful person, like, you know? So she was just like, this is weird. So there was another friend. This one's weird. It was Ant's friend. His name was Christo. I guess they were like work colleagues, and it was said that their relationship was only professional. But many disagree that it was only professional. They seemed extra friendly. But there's many photos of them on Facebook that made them seem like they were really good personal friends. Like there's photos of them on a yacht in Europe, and the two of them would like engage in some banter in the comment section. People were like, okay, but that's not the point. The point is that Christo would go to Ant's apartment concierge office and go speak with the lady who initially found Phoebe's body. Why? Well, Christo had showed up with like a bottle of wine and some chocolate for the woman, and then started talking with her about Phoebe's death and how she struggled with depression, and that Ant tried to help her, but that Phoebe didn't want to be saved. Like going on and on about it. Yes, this guy, this random ass guy. Huh? This friend was telling the concierge lady like all of this. Now, I guess it was said that Christo had visited the concierge like every second or third day for about 2 weeks and was like having the same conversation. Weird, right? So after so many visits, I get the concierge pretty much told him like, don't come back because you're upsetting me. Like, I don't want to talk about this with you. So they told him not to come back. Isn't that weird though? Right? Like, what was that about? What was that? I mean, it's not illegal to do that, but like, you know. When Ant was like asked directly whether he had any involvement with Phoebe's death, he said absolutely not. Just had to throw that out there. He did deny it. He told everyone that Phoebe was depressed, she was drinking a lot, she was borrowing money from him, and like maybe it was suicide, like maybe she was over it. Like Ant mentioned though that before her death, he had bought tickets for him and Phoebe to go to Paris together like the next month. It was like 3 weeks. And that it was something that she was looking forward to. And like this was confirmed by Phoebe's family that Ant had purchased tickets to go to Paris with her. So she had told one of her family members that she wanted out of the relationship, but she was gonna like suck it up until after the trip. I say that only because it was kind of like part of their defense. Like, see, she wouldn't have killed herself. She was making plans. You know, I don't know. Because Phoebe's death was initially listed as a suicide, this prevented further investigation or investigations, like trying to access and analyze Phoebe's computer and emails. And Phoebe's parents were finally able to like access her Gmail account only to find out that all of Phoebe's sent emails had been wiped out and deleted. So Anne had a sister. Her name was Chrissy. But apparently she had a pretty close bond with Phoebe. Like, they're close. So Chrissy is a handful, meaning she has powerful parents. But Chrissy was like a bad egg. She would sell drugs. She would get into trouble, you know. But she would sell like her drugs to Anne's friends and like some people in Australia's high society. And Phoebe was aware of this, you know. I think everyone maybe was. But after Phoebe's death, Chrissy, she got arrested and was facing drug trafficking charges. But because of her family, they had a lot of power and a lot of influence, and they were able to evade conviction. So she was let go. But then in 2016, Chrissy went on Facebook. I love when people go on Facebook and just say wild shit. But she went on Facebook and she posted a picture of herself and Phoebe. And then she wrote in the caption, like, in loving memory, I stumbled across my favorite pic of beautiful Phoebe. I miss you, darling. You were a fragile little flower that no one watered. You and your family were let down by the justice system and those who represent it. I only hope that one day the truth will come out so that they will have some peace. The truth will come out. Interesting. So, you know, after a year and a half into like their investigation,
También te digo, es como puta, ¿tú de qué hablas, sabes?
they came to the same conclusion.
Cuando tus papis, que son los unos que del otro, te libran de casos de tráfico de drogas. No es lo mismo drogas, ¿no? Que un puto asesinato, pero es como... ¿Estáis usando los dos la misma mierda? Oh. I don't know.
Courts and all that will say it's solved. They'll say, yeah, it was a suicide or whatever. But to many, like, it's unsolved. And to her family as well. They continue to search for answers. Because it's also weird, right? But then it leads us into one other little situation. So there's this girl named Bailey. She's 25 years old. She lives in Melbourne, Australia. There's some similarities to Phoebe's story. Bailey was known for like being outgoing, fun, beautiful. She was a model. She did stuff. So then this leads us into our little other mini story we got going on right now. 25-year-old Bailey Schneider. She was kind of similar to Phoebe in some ways. She had an active social life. She was very popular. She was gorgeous. And people seemed to really love her. And then on June 24th, 2018, she was at home with her parents. She was like on her phone. And her parents are like, okay, we're gonna go out to like the supermarket or something. And she's like, okay, like she stays behind. I guess Bailey had like a bad day before. Her and her boyfriend had gotten into a fight at like a barbecue. So she's kind of just like bumming out over it, right? So parents take off, go to the grocery store. And when they come back, that's when they find Bailey. They return home and they find Bailey's lifeless body slumped against the baseboards by a cupboard in the kitchen. She had a gold cord tied around her neck as if she had hanged herself. But she didn't hang herself. It was odd. It was odd because, one, there was no place in the kitchen where the 178 centimeter tall Bailey could have hanged herself. Despite this, like, police concluded that her death was a suicide. Her parents strongly disagreed. Over a year later, an investigation was opened regarding her death, and at this point, police obtained her 2 mobile phones, searched them, and they came to the conclusion that, like, it was self-inflicted. The connection here is that Bailey also dated Anthony Hampel. Now, what are the odds of that? A guy has 2 girlfriends who kill themselves? Like, that's weird, man.
O sea, el tío tiene 2 novias que en teoría se suicidan de formas muy raras. Una se tiró por un conducto para basura estando borracha. Se supone de una forma muy antinatural en general. Y la otra se colgó de una habitación. Se colgó en una habitación en la que no puede colgarse por el tamaño del cuarto. ¿Qué?
At the time, what's her name? Bailey was 25 and Ant was like 49 or some shit, and like in his 50s maybe. I can't even remember, but it was something massive. But both Phoebe and Bailey were kind of similar. Like a lot of people said after dating Ant, both of them became socially withdrawn, secretive, and reserved. I mean, that's it really. The end. Yeah, I wish I could have found out more about Bailey Schneider. There were so many like conflicting stories. But we do know that she dated Ant. Like, come on. I didn't do like a where is he now with Ant. I did come across, I know, why didn't I? I don't know. It was like, I don't want to know where this guy's at. It's a piece of shit. But I did read that he's like married and whatnot. Does the wife know? How do you marry someone and they're like, oh yeah, I had 2 girlfriends who died? Wouldn't you be like, I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Like, that's kind of weird. Anywho,
No te
that
lo va a
is
contar
the
él, ¿no?
case of Phoebe Handstruck and Bailey Schneider. A little bit there. You know, for Phoebe's family, moving on from like their loss remains pretty much a lifelong struggle. With these stories, you always hope for the best, I guess. Like some closure, some answers. Maybe they'll find like a diary that belonged to Anne or something. It just like, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think down below. What do you think? You think Ant did it? Or he just has really bad luck, huh? I don't know. There's so many things that like point to Ant.
No.
I don't know how he did it though. That's the thing. Because
Dos
there's
muertes,
plenty of people who say, like,
entre
he was
comillas,
at work all day
similares.
when Phoebe had died.
Saliendo con
He was at
ella.
work all day. Like a lot of eyewitnesses and stuff. So if he was at work all day, how do you do it?
Too much.
Now, maybe it wasn't him.
Coincidencias,
Maybe it
¿no?
was like
You know.
one of the construction workers who was working at the building. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts down below. Do you have any thoughts, theories? I'm all ears. Well, thank you for hanging out with me today. Today was a little long, wasn't it? I hope you have a good rest of your day. You make good choices. Down below, don't forget to let me know who you want me to talk about next time. I hope you like this look. I think I do. It's cute. Do I like this? Yeah, I like this. I like this. I'll take it. I hope you have a good day. You make good choices. And I'll be talking to you later. Goodbye.
Oye, ¿puedes parar un saltito? Gracias. Vale.
Hi friends, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. If you're new here, hi, my name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays I like to sit down and talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. It keeps my hands busy and I need it. Hi friends, just popping in here really quick to mention today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Woo! Look, I opened up my like on the phone and cancel. This is so that's great. Hey, subscribe because I'm here for you on Mondays. Yeah? Great. Other than that, I'll shut up and let's get into today's story. I actually never heard of this story. Happened not that long ago, and I don't know. I'm always surprised. Every time I do a murder mystery, I'm like, really, it gets worse. It always does. So today's story is about like a shopaholic, spoiled teenager, pretty much, who was never told no. And that was like the only intro I could think of. Pretty much. So let me start doing makeup. I'm thinking I'm going to do blue today. Okay, great. So the Harubi family, that's who we're talking about. It was a family of 4. There was the father, his name was John. Mother, her name was Joy, but everyone called her Tinker. They had a son, he was the oldest son, his name was Alan, and then a daughter named Catherine. So John, who was 50 at the time of this story, he was a publisher of a local weekly newspaper. His family, like generations before him, had owned the Duncan Banner, which was a local paper. And it was like 3 generations in his family this paper was in. And then he ended up selling it in 1997. So when he sold the paper, it left the family like with a good chunk of change. You know, like they had a good amount of money and they were able to live pretty comfortably. Then in 2007, John bought 2 other local papers, the Marlow Review and then the Comanche County Chronicle. So again, local paper, it's what he knew. It was in the family. I think he liked it, right? So he kept it going. I got eyelash glue stuck all over my lashes. This is a side note. If you know a good makeup remover that gets like, I can't get the eyelash glue off. I have tried all of my makeup removers. It's so frustrating. So let me know down below. Thanks. Okay, back to this family. So still talking about John. So John owned these papers, doing very well. He was also the vice president of the foundation of the Oklahoma Press Association. He was also like an active Boy Scout leader and did lots of different charitable activities. Everyone who knew him considered him like very trustworthy, loyal, friendly, cheerful, just a good guy. Okay, here I go. I'm kind of nervous about this blue. So Joy, his wife, she was 48 at the time. She was a formal school teacher who wrote for the local paper, the Marlowe Review, the one that John owned. And on top of that, she was actually a licensed private investigator. I'm not sure if she was like working as a PI. I couldn't figure it, but it doesn't matter. Like she was licensed. She could. So again, everyone called her Tinker, and they had nothing but like good things to say about her as well. That she was a devoted friend. She was committed to doing good for like the community and also her family. Yeah, they just sound like, you know, simple, quiet, nice people. So then they had their two kids. They had Alan and then Catherine. So Catherine was the younger daughter of the two. She was 17 at the time when the story takes place. And she, at this time, was a junior at Duncan High School. And she was like on the volleyball team. And it was said she was like really good, really smart. She was a great friend, loyal, funny. She always had a smile on her face. Her family like wanted their kids to like go to college and be successful in life. And so she was on that path to go to college and, you know, go on to do whatever she was going to do. And then she had her older brother, Alan. And Alan and Catherine are kind of close in age. He was 18, 19 when this story takes place. She was 17, so close. And I guess growing up, the two of them were pretty close, like the siblings, you know? And then as they got older, they drifted apart. It's believed because of Alan's crappy behavior, which we're going to talk about in a second. You know, just trying to paint the picture here, okay? So the family, the four of them, they lived in Duncan, Oklahoma. I guess it's like is a pretty small area. It has like 20,000 to 25,000 people living there. But the family lived in like a very nice neighborhood. They lived on Bent Tree Street, which housed people with like money. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the neighborhood that you would go trick-or-treating at. That neighborhood. So it was said that, you know, everyone, not everyone, but like a lot of people in this neighborhood, they were familiar with the Harubi family. You know, they had like a large presence there. They were well known, and it was said they were extremely well liked. You couldn't not like them. They were just nice people. There was a neighbor who would like later give an interview, and this neighbor was like, oh, the Harubi family would always help you out. Like if your car wouldn't start, they'd come out and like help you jump your car. If your dog ran off, they'd try and help you catch your dog, just like doing neighborly things. So they were a close family, well off, and everyone, for the most part, was like familiar with them. Now their son, Alan, he was not ideal. Okay. He was born December 13th, 1995. I'm thinking about that because he's a Sag, but he's a December Sag, and they're different. I can say that because I'm a Sag too. So not much is said. I don't know how he was raised or anything, but it was like once he hit his teenage years, that's when he became like little shit. He was a troublemaker to say the least. Well, I don't know actually, because I don't know what he was like when he was a kid, but it was like, you know, he hit those teenage years and like that, he's just like things went south. But it could have been going south for a long time. I don't know. Anyways, what we do know is that at the age of 13, Alan, like he got caught stealing his grandmother's car. Yeah. I'm not sure what the outcome of this was, but you know, he did that. Then when he was 15, he was driving and he got pulled over for speeding. And he told the officer like, oh, I don't have my wallet or anything, you know, like, ugh. Alan, he gave the police officer a fake name and a fake birthday. Like he made it up, right? I mean, luckily the officer, beep bop boobs, looks up the plate and all that stuff, and he was able to like find the correct information. And that backfired on Alan, stupid kid. But he ended up getting charged with like speeding, obstructing an officer, and for having no license / insurance. I was surprised he didn't get arrested. You know? Like, isn't that like a major crime? But I don't know. Again, not sure what happened afterwards. I'm sure he got a stern talking to, but unclear. The only positive thing I read about Alan was that in high school he won the Best Actor award at like the Duncan Theater Summer Teen Workshop. So that was the one positive thing I read. He won that, so good for him. His peers, they felt about him based off of what I was reading. A lot of the people who knew him or whatever, they felt like he was a bit of a fibber, you know? Like everything out of his mouth was like, yeah, sure, okay, you know? Like Alan was ranked, well, he told people that he was the 5th ranked high school tennis player in the state. But it turns out like that wasn't true. His tennis coach would later say that like Alan actually wasn't even very good, like at all. But he told people otherwise, you know? Alan would also tell his friends that he was going to become a male model. And he was actually about to appear in W Magazine that very December. He's like, yeah, everybody wants me. I'm like a hot shit male model. But again, that wasn't true. And like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like, if you look at a picture of him, male model, you know, whoopsie. Oops. But that's what he went with. Some of his peers would say that he came off like a bit stuck up, that he was just a big talker. And again, nobody really believed what he said. He's just always, everyone was beneath him. Okay. So there was some trouble, family trouble, that happened in 2012 when the police were called to the Herubi household because Alan, I guess he attacked his mom. Like he's still a teenager. So I guess there was some kind of argument. Sources said like over money. I'm assuming here that he probably stole money, but whatever. What we do know is that there was an argument and Alan ended up attacking his mom. Like he got so mad that he attacked his mom Joy and then he was choking her. So the police were called. I think the parents were trying to like spook him or something, but they didn't press charges. I get it though. Like it's your kid. I'm sure that's the last thing you want to do is like press charges, but they should have, you know? So charges weren't pressed and like the story would honestly get buried because they owned all the newspapers and stuff. Yeah, so they kind of like swept that under the rug. But it just like showed that Alan had a temper and he wasn't afraid to attack. So after this, we're not sure like what the parents did. Like they probably punished him, you would hope. I'm sure they did, but there, you know, there's no like reports as to what they did. But what we do know is that the parents, John and Joy, when Alan graduated high school, which was like not long after this attack, they bought him a brand new Jeep as a graduation present. Yeah. I don't know. If my kid tried to choke me, I would not be buying them a Jeep. Okay? I'll choke them right back. You know, but then again, I'm not
I
a
took
parent, I don't
that
have
right
kids,
back.
and I'm not in their shoes. So, but they bought him a Jeep, so I'm sure that really taught him a lesson. You know, but the car, it wasn't enough for Alan. He wanted more. So in 2013, Alan, he signed up for an American Express credit card, but he did so by using his grandmother's information, like her name and, you know, her social and all that. And he signed up for a credit card, got approved. He's like, hell yeah. It was said that he would like go visit his grandma all the time. I guess she lived close by, but like, yeah. So Alan, he liked to spend money, okay? He liked to spend money and he liked to show off his extravagant lifestyle on social media. Oh yes, he like loved social media. He was all over it. He used his grandma's, but like, you know, the American Express card. He used that card to book a 6-week trip to Rome, Naples, and Paris. 6 weeks.
Okay.
Okay. So during his trip, like, of course, he was, you know, sharing pictures along the way, or at least posting pictures along the way. I mean, he's like, look, he got like expensive watches, wallets, cars. Like, he didn't get the cars, but you know, when like people like post pictures like next to the car as if it's theirs, he's doing a lot of that. He was sharing a lot of these large purchases he was making on this trip. There was like one picture that Alan took. It was like of this $4,000 watch, and in the background you can see like the twinkling lights from the Eiffel Tower. I can't. I hate those types of people on social media who just like try and flex about how much money they have. Like, it's so fucking loserish. It's so like, doesn't matter. Okay, look. So he posts that. He's like, oh, look at me. Oh, like I'm living the life that you wish you had. And then like a few days later, when he was staying in Paris, he was staying at like this really nice, famous landmark hotel. It was like in the chic Left Bank district. I probably couldn't pronounce it. So it's just like a well-known hotel, okay? He takes a photo and he posts it on social media and he puts the caption like, you're at a nice hotel when it's the scene on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. First of all, it doesn't make sense, but okay. All right. So many would say that Alan was like a shopaholic, but like even Alan himself said that he was. His Twitter, which is still up, so naturally, I spent forever going through all of his tweets. Research. Okay. Anyway, so he tweeted a lot. There was numerous tweets from himself where he's calling himself like a shopaholic. And there's also a ton of tweets that did not age well. Woo! But yeah, he loved to shop, and like also on his Twitter, he would always post about fast food and like wanting fast food. He's just like a dumb teenager. So there was even a blog post from Alan, which is now deleted, but this original blog post said, there is no bigger rush than getting to the register at a store and swiping your credit card. And in that moment, you're waiting for the screen to say approved. You start to get heart palpitations and you get a rush of adrenaline. By the time she's handing your stuff to you, you are so high on adrenaline, the $15,000 total does not even faze you until you've gotten home and seen the receipts. Right?
¿Sí te lo dices?
Okay. So I'm not sure like what he told his parents before going on this 6-week trip, right? Like he must have had some kind of good explanation at first, but doesn't matter because the fun won't last. It won't last long. So Alan's father, John, discovered the credit card fraud and he ended up reporting it to police, who said that he was furious and he wanted his son Alan to be prosecuted. One of John's friends at the time said that John was like just beside himself, that he could tell it was really wearing on him and like he was enraged. So his father followed through, and Alan was officially charged in August of 2013 with racking up nearly $5,000 in fraudulent purchases on his grandmother's card. But law enforcement, they said like the real amount was closer to $80,000. Yeah, I believe that more because like $5,000 for a 6-week trip, he charged way more than that. So then in January of 2014, Alan, he actually pled guilty to the charge of the credit card theft. So after this, he would be placed on like delayed sentencing, which is a form of probation for young offenders. So as part of the punishment, the court ordered him to pay restitution. He also had to attend drug and alcohol counseling and complete a cognitive behavior program, and then also undergo a substance abuse evaluation. I don't know, if you caught your kid doing this, like what would be the proper punishment? I'd be like, lock him up. Well, yeah, well, I think that's fair. I'd be like, no, he needs to go to jail. Because obviously this little shit didn't learn anything, because like the next month, it was like February 2014, Alan, his spending wouldn't be stopped, right back at it. So he posted 2 photos of these expensive ass wallets, including like one of them had the initials monogrammed on them. So, it was like extra money for that one. He posted this online of the 2 wallets. One of them had been chewed up by a puppy. So I had like bite marks all over it. And Alan captioned it, 2 wallets, 2 days. Like, wow. He has so much money. He went through 2 wallets in 2 days. Oh, get better goals, people. Okay? Get better goals. Right? Come on. This isn't a flex. So he posts this. No idea where he got that money from. And then a few months later, Alan started up a Facebook page that contained the following line. Having observed surgeries at Duncan Regional Hospital during his high school years, his career plans include studying plastic surgery. I guess this was his new lie. Well, maybe it wasn't a lie. Well, it's probably a lie. Because Alan was telling people that, he was studying to become a plastic surgeon. Okay, all right. And then also on this Facebook page, it said that he was being represented by a public relations company and a modeling agency in Oklahoma City. Again, okay, all right, sure, all right, okay, modeling, all right, okay. Well, Alan, he needed to keep up appearances and he went back to what he knew, stealing from his grandmother. So this was the summer of 2014, and like Alan would visit his grandma, and I guess she would leave her checkbooks out, like, you know, because she's trusting or whatever, that her grandson isn't going to be a little shit. So she's leaving her checkbooks out, and he would just like steal checks from the checkbook. There were some sources that said his grandma had dementia, but then other sources said that she didn't. So I don't know if that was true or not, but either way, he was taking advantage of her. Okay, we can all agree on that. So between June 1st and July 15th, 2014, Alan stole some of his grandma's checks and he used them to spend around $17,500 until the bank, grandma's bank, like had caught on and contacted her and told her that they believe she was a victim of forgery. They pulled like video surveillance that caught Alan cashing one of the checks. Oh yeah. So he was caught and he was about to get in trouble. I guess like nobody knew yet, or at least like there weren't any consequences happening yet. So Alan just like kept posting on his social media like normal, you know? There's this one photo from August 2014. It's of Alan. It was on his social media. It's like on his Twitter, I think still. But he's at the local WinStar casino and he's holding up a cash voucher. And the caption said like, I was the big winner. And like, but I think maybe it was sarcasm because like the cash voucher was for $41. But yeah, you know, okay. So once the summer is over, a few weeks go by, and Alan, he goes to college and he's attending the University of Oklahoma, where he would be majoring in political science. So no plastic surgery, I guess. So the school was about 75 miles from his parents' home in Duncan. And when he got all moved in, he had tweeted about having lunch with his mom at a popular restaurant that was near the campus. The tweet said, like, lunch at the Mont with mummy. All moved in. According to the students at the University of Oklahoma, the people who like kind of like knew him or was around him, they said like Alan would often brag about how much money he had or like how much money his family had. Plus, he was known to go on spending sprees. He would show up to class or like at a friend's house wearing a Rolex watch. He would have like Louis Vuitton shoes and would tell people if he traveled, he only flew first class. He was just annoying. On social media, anytime Alan would post something, you know, he's always showing off. He would use like hashtag expensive. Friends who knew him at the time, they referred to him as impulsive, spastic, and obsessed with money. And I think based off of everything we've heard, we can all agree on that. Sounds about right. So Alan has moved in, right? In October of 2014. He's driving his Jeep and he once again gets pulled over for like a traffic violation. And he does the same thing that he did when he was younger. He told the officer he didn't have his driver's license, and then he gave like a fake name and birth date. This time though, the officer like didn't look him up or anything. Just kind of like was like, all right, and like gave him a ticket, which is a shame. And I believe this is like when he's reaching his like the boiling point. Some sources said that like after Alan got caught stealing his grandma's checks, he went and borrowed money from loan sharks and like payments were due, but he had no money. So he needed to fix this quick. Alan decides the only way to continue this lifestyle was to get rid of everyone. So that same night that he got his ticket, he actually drives out to his parents' place, you know? He knew that his dad, John, he carried or he had like a 9mm pistol in his pickup truck. So his dad was like at work or something, and Alan drives to his location, kind of like parks the Jeep so his dad doesn't see him. He finds his dad's truck, he gets into the truck, he takes the gun, and then he drives back to his college. Just hours later, John, he goes out to his truck and he notices that the gun was gone. So he instantly went to the police and reported it stolen. So Alan, he steals the gun, he drives back to his college, he like waits a little bit, and then he drives back out to Duncan and waited down the block from his parents. So he's doing a lot of driving. So he kind of like parks down the street so no one would see him, and he's like waiting for his mom to get home. So once he sees his mom like, pull into the house, whatever, he waits a little bit. Alan snuck around the house to get to the backyard so he can go through the back door. When he gets inside the house, he shot his mother in the head. When the first shot didn't kill her, he shot her a second time. Over what, you say? I know. Then his poor younger sister, Catherine, she was in the front driveway and she was just like out there fucking washing her car. She heard something, so she comes into the house. And that's when she comes into the house, Alan shot her in the head, which killed her instantly. So then Alan said that he then waited in the house for about an hour for his dad to get home from work. Yeah, he was sitting in the house with the bodies
Con su hermana y su madre
his
muerta.
mom and sister just like laying there. And he's sitting there for like an hour. What in the sick? I know, so gross. So Alan's just waiting there for his dad. So his dad does get home, and when he did, John walked into the house where Alan shot him and like watched his father fall and then shot him a second time. After killing his whole family, he staged the house to make it look like, he tried to stage the house to make it look like a robbery had happened. And then before leaving the house, he took the gun, the murder weapon, and then also the home surveillance equipment. Yeah, he took that with him. Now, some reports say that he tossed this stuff into a nearby lake. But then I was watching like the court footage, and I believe they said that Alan took the stuff and put it in the family storage unit. But either way, what I'm trying to get at is that he was trying to rid the evidence. He tried. So then after doing all this, he drove back to college campus. He returned to his dorm. During the murders, Alan had left his phone in his dorm room so he wouldn't be tracked. Like he was, trying to think ahead, I guess. So when he got back to the dorm room and back to his phone, he sent out a few tweets. Some had photos of like the view from his dorm room. Like, wow, what a nice night. Look, to make it look like that he was in his dorm room having like a normal evening, just being a normal college kid, nothing to see
Me
yet.
parece que había soltado
Now,
algo
it
más.
may sound like it was late in the evening, but it was not. It was still early. I mean, I was like, oh, it must be like late at night because he was doing so much driving, but he wasn't. When Alan got back to his dorm, he posted all those tweets and whatnot. Then he drove out to Dallas with some friends where the Oklahoma University was playing its annual football game against the University of Texas. So it was like this, everyone was going. He didn't go to the game, but he booked a room at the Ritz-Carlton, Dallas. So he could like hang out with his friends and like party in the room, and they could have it all weekend. I guess it's like a big party scene. But he like literally just killed his family, and he went out and he's like partying. Alan even posted an Instagram photo of him and like some of his friends in the hotel room. He posted it like that Sunday as if nothing happened, no big deal. He also tweeted, college wouldn't be half as great without these two peaches. Hashtag best friends. Hashtag roomies. Hashtag college. One of his friends said that like nothing that he said or did raised any suspicion. Like every time he saw him on the weekend, he was happy, he was laughing, he was having a good time. And that like the two of them were up in the early morning of like Monday morning, just like joking and studying together. Like nothing literally happened. So around 9 a.m. Monday, October 13th, 2014, Duncan police, they receive a 911 phone call from a, distraught woman who turned out to be the Harubi family housekeeper who had been working for the family for like almost 20 years at this point. She arrived to the house like normal, And that's when she, she found the dead bodies of John, Joy, and Catherine. And all of them had been shot dead. So at the crime scene, I mean, it was all three bodies, and then also around them were the 5 spent 9mm shell casings. Sadly, the bodies weren't discovered for like almost 4 days, but people were starting to get worried when John didn't show up for work Friday morning. And also, according to employees, he also failed to cover the weekly high school football game. And like John always attended the football game. So it was just like, it was weird. So when the police get out there and they see the crime and all that stuff, the Duncan police, they inform Alan about his family, and it was said that he was like crying and like he was very upset. But some people like kind of felt like it was funky, it was acting a little bit. But so Alan went down to
Hombre, a
the
ver si
police
tenía que estar
station
actuando,
with
porque les ha
them,
matado él.
and they're telling him about like the early stages of their investigation. The police chief noted that Alan was distressed and very upset, and then he even like spent a long time with a chaplain confessing his sins. Because Alan was suspected in a pending stolen check complaint, police held him for the night for further questioning. On top of that, Alan had also violated his probation for the credit card fraud offenses by traveling out of state to Dallas. So they're like, we're holding you here for that. They knew something was up. Okay, they just didn't know what, but they knew something was up. So police are questioning Alan, asking him like where he was, like when was the last time he saw his family? And initially, Alan had told the investigators that he hadn't been home like for days by this point. But again, they knew something. They knew something was up. So the next day, investigators they used a search warrant to get all of Alan's toll records from the recent months. Ooh, pretty smart. The toll records they showed that Alan had used the turnpike to travel from his college town of Norman to his hometown of Duncan twice
Lo
on
abierto
the
dos
day
veces.
of the murders.
Sí,
Police in Norman also found 4 more stolen checks under Alan's dorm bed, along with like a notebook
está
with
bonito.
handwritten notes that was mainly like him practicing signatures, I guess. So that evening, while still in police custody, Alan would eventually crack, and he confessed to killing his family. They were pushing him. There's like a little clip you could watch on YouTube. It's only like 30 seconds, but they're like pushing him, and you could see he's just like, okay, I did it. Like he couldn't take it anymore. From the description of the officers, there was like no emotion when he was retelling what he had done. So Alan was arrested, and then investigators announced to the public that he had been charged with concealing stolen property in relation to the stolen credit card. But then, like, not long after, they had announced that Alan was the sole suspect in the murders of his family. So prosecutors alleged that Alan staged the crime scene to make it look like the killing was the act of a robber, And then 3 days after his arrest, the district attorney told the media, quote, I think the only remorse he has shown is that he got caught. It's remorse because he knows his life is basically over. He's either going to be incarcerated for the rest of his life or he'll be on death row. End quote. So the district attorney also told the media about the previous incident at Alan's home where he had assaulted his mother, Joy, remember, over money. He was referring to that incident where he tried to choke his mom. And the district attorney called Alan, who, mind you, I forgot to mention, he was 19 at this time. Sorry about that. But he referred to Alan as an evil kid, which I was like, yeah, I'm sure we can all agree. We can all agree on that. Yeah. So the district attorney general said that Alan killed his parents to inherit the family's estate, and he killed his sister so he would be like the sole heir. Alan had also confessed to owing $3,000 to a loan shark in Norman, and he felt that the murders would generate an inheritance to pay off his debt. Over $3,000. Wow. So Duncan police detective, his name was John Byers, he reported that Alan admitted to killing his family because he had been cut off financially due to an abundance of spending in the recent times. At first, Alan was going to plead not guilty, which is like, really, dude? But it didn't last long. He ended up changing it to guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder after the prosecutors dropped their request for the death penalty. So the deal was made at the request of the surviving Harubi family members. They didn't want to go to trial. They did not want this to go to trial. They didn't want to sit through the trial or anything, and they had said that they had been through enough. So without a trial, there would be no death penalty, which personally, I think that's better, right? Like, why give him the death penalty and give him an easy way out? Let him sit in there and just, have just for the rest of his life. Like that, I think is worse than the death penalty. In June 2015, Allen and a journalist from the local paper called the Oklahoman, they were in
Me llama
contact
la
with one
atención la
another.
opinión de esta
And the
señora sobre
journalist
la
asked
pena de
Allen,
muerte.
like, why?
No que yo creo que la pena de
And
muerte
he
o
also
sea
asked
como lo
Allen
mejor,
the
¿no?
tears that
Pero
he was
también te digo, es
shedding
como
in
de,
the courtroom.
nah,
Like,
que vayan a la
was
cárcel
that
y se
real?
pudran ahí hasta que se
Why
mueran.
were you crying? Was it all for a show or something like that? Just anything and everything. Surprisingly, Allen wrote back saying, quote, I 100% welcome the death
Hay alguno que
penalty.
vive mejor en la
What
cárcel
occurred
que
is so
fuera de
horrible,
ella, ¿eh? O
it's
sea,
deserved. It is so unspeakable. This has been the hardest thing I've ever done. Which, side note, I was like, this is the hardest thing you've ever done? You killed your own family. Like, what? Like, that part, I was like, I got hung up on that sentence for a little too long. This is the hardest thing you've ever done? He went on to say that the tears have all been real. I lost my entire family at once. How could they not be real? Then he went on to
hombre,
say,
porque los
not
has
taking a
matado.
shot at you. It's just hard to hear that somehow I'm faking all this. Then he added, this didn't happen because of shopping. My shopping wasn't something I or my parents could not pay. They just thought my spending was out of control, and it was. End quote. Okay, like then what was it, Alan? Okay, I don't know. Anyways, Alan's letter also said that he didn't feel like himself that day and that he's still trying to work out why he took this inconceivable action. Not once did he ever say, like, sorry, I'm sorry I did this. Sorry. He never said sorry. Not once. During sentencing in 2016, family members had showed up to give some statements. His grandpa was there and looked right at Alan and said, my only comment to the boy is, may God have mercy on your soul, period. Then John Harubi's sister, her name was Allison, she wasn't present in the courtroom, but she had requested that during sentencing, her letter be read out loud. This is what it said. I have known the killer since he was born and spent many holidays and vacation time as family over the years. The killer was part of our family, but no more. He has destroyed that family by the evil and insidious acts. If there were ever a definition of evil, it would be the killer who took our family. I want him never to hurt another soul or to ever see him again. End quote. It seems like there's not enough words to tell someone fuck you, God, I'd want to punch him in the face so bad. There's no word. Yeah, you get it. What do you even say? Alan, he was able to speak, but he was barely audible during his statement. He was just shaking and crying as he told his family members that were there how he killed his parents and sister. But again, not once did he ever give any type of apology. Not once. So the district attorney said that he firmly believed Alan was deserving of a death sentence, but that he would honor the family's position and not wanting to sit through a trial. And then he also asked the public to respect the family's decision. So under the plea agreement, Alan was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms in prison without the possibility of parole. He in turn agreed not to appeal, not to contact his relatives, not to profit from his crimes through book or movie deals, and to not communicate with the media. The DA said that he's gone to prison and no one is going to hear from him again. After this, Alan was transferred to the Oklahoma Department of Corrections in McAllister, where he is currently serving his life sentence and will be there probably forever. He's nothing more than a butt buddy, really. And that's going to be the rest of his life. All for what, huh? Stupid. So I was reading, where is he now? And right now there's still some ongoing stuff because he did become the sole beneficiary for his father's estate. Yeah, so that includes his trust money, all that bullshit. So they're trying to like figure this out, how to terminate this so he doesn't get the money. But like there's it's a whole legal mess, really. So hopefully he doesn't get it, but like by his 35th birthday or something, if nothing like changes, then he would get the whole estate. Just a mess. And that, my friends, is the case of Alan Harubi. He killed his whole family for what? For what? Oh, it's so awful. Luckily, he's going to be locked up forever, but like, that doesn't bring anyone back. Oh, so sad. The fact that he like killed, he just
No
killed
sé, yo
everyone's
entiendo, o sea, en
sister.
parte
Oh,
puedo entender el
it's
pensamiento de
just
esta
such a sad
señora de,
story.
no, porque si les das la pena de muerte, se libran como que fácil, ¿no? O sea, cometieron el delito y como que no obtuvieron castigo, que es como lo ve ella. Pero ir a la cárcel, o sea, depende, ¿no? Mucho del sujeto. Pero es que hay mucha gente que, has ido a decirlo, vive mejor en la cárcel que fuera.
I was like, no, I shouldn't do blue. I was a little worried because I haven't done blue in a while, but no regrets. No regrets. I like it. Yeah.
Y hay gente que sigue cometiendo delitos únicamente para volver dentro. O sea, es un poco complicado. No sé yo si es ese super castigo, ¿sabes? Y por ejemplo, a ver, yo no sé cómo son las cárceles en Estados Unidos, pero más allá de ser una habitación muy incómoda, tienen tele, tienen días para salir, ¿sabes? Tienen cosas que hacer para estar entretenidos, o sea, es como de... Y esto se supone que es un castigo, o sea, el castigo es quitarte la libertad. Supongo que cuando te acostumbras a no ser libre ya te da un poco igual, ¿no? Es decir, puedes ir a hacerte tu jardincito, ver la tele, hacer ejercicio si te apetece, jugar al parchís. Puedes trabajar para ahorrar un dinero para cuando salgas o para mandar a tu familia.
Of a TV show called Dexter. Do you remember? No? Okay, great. We'll talk about it. Mark's obsession with the Showtime series Dexter
Como...
would eventually lead to the media
para alguien sí será súper horrible, pero no creo que para todos.
Let's get into it,
Definitivamente.
Let me tell you about this Mark guy. Okay, so Mark Twitchell. He was born on July 4th, 1979 in Edmonton, Canada. It was said from a young age, Mark was obsessed with movies, right? And he dreamed of making it big in the world of cinema. So Mark went on to study at the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, and he participated in the school's radio and television arts program. After graduating college, Mark married this woman named Megan in 2001. Now, there wasn't much said about this first marriage situation. I'm assuming they met in college because like they got married like right after graduating college, but whatever. But Megan, she was from Illinois, and the two of them, they got married, and Mark ended up moving to Illinois with her. And again, there was like not much said about their marriage, but I think it's safe to say it didn't work out because after 3 years of marriage, they got divorced. And like that's all that was said about the marriage. After the divorce, Mark had moved back to Canada, and while he was back at home, he signed up for a dating website. Plenty of fish. He was like, I'm going to get back out there and start dating again. So he gets on this dating website and he ends up meeting a girl named Jess. And this was like 2005. And the two of them, they hit it off and they start dating each other. So then in 2007, Mark, he's still super into movies, right? And he wanted to create his own. It was his passion in life. So he worked on like a little passion project. And it was a Star Wars fan film that was written, produced, and directed by him. Oh yes, he did it all. Now when it came to this film of his, I mean, he went off, all the way off. I mean, Mark had a major talent for prop and costume design. For his film, he had created like replica suits from the Star Wars universe, and honestly, they looked really legit. So the title of this movie was called Secrets of the Rebellion, and it was said that it was receiving like some online hype. People were like kind of excited about it, but like I'm not really sure because the movie it wasn't ever completed or released. So I'm not sure who or where they were hyping this up, but allegedly it was hyped. I feel like also Mark probably just was telling people like, yeah, it was super hyped. Mark loved Star Wars. He would dress up in like a costume that he made himself, and he would attend movie premieres or anything that was related to the Star Wars world. Well, that was hard for me to say. Star Wars world. You get it. He would dress up. That's great. Like I like have your hobby. That's great. But listen, I guess his costumes were like really, really good because there were two costume contests that he won in 2007. One was at Bear's Halloween Howler, and the other was at Sonic's Monster Mash Halloween Bash. What a name. And like each of these were Halloween parties, and they had awards for like best costume. And Mark, he won. Great, You know the movie Transformers? Yeah, you know the movie Transformers. So I guess his costume, he made a suit that was just like Bumblebee from Transformers. But Mark said that he went through 240 square feet of plexiglass and foam to make this the suit that he made. I'm sure it made him feel good to, when you go off like that and to like be acknowledged and win a prize, and good for him, you know? That's the only time we'll be rooting for him, I guess. Anywho, not long after, Mark and his girlfriend Jess, they would go on to get married. And then about a year later, they would have a daughter. So throughout 2008, Mark started to work on like another passion project of his. It was a short crime film called House of Cards. Now, this short film was like about a killer who lured a cheating man off of an online dating website and then killed him, bludgeoning words, attacking the victim with a lead pipe and then stabbing them to death. I know, it was very Clue. A lead pipe? Come on. I'm not sure what the moral of the story was, but like that's what he was going with. So with this film, Mark, he would do the same thing. He would write, produce, and direct it. And then on top of that, he was also trying to gather funds to produce a feature-length comedy called Day Players, which I guess was going to be about like the secret lives of extras in the film industry. So, I mean, that's great, good for him, I guess, whatever. Well, while following his passions in life, things were not going so well back at home. Jess Twitchell, Mark's wife, would later say that the marriage started to go like downhill in the fall of 2008, and that they were at this point sleeping in separate rooms and like also trying to go to marriage counseling. Now, during the time of their marriage, she was under the impression that Mark was working as a salesman for a security company. I mean, every day Mark would get up. He would go to work every day. You know where I'm going with this. Because later on, she would learn that Mark actually didn't have a job and was just pretending to go to work for the last 5 months. She had no idea. She had no clue. She didn't think twice about it, He's like literally getting up every day, leaving the house and going to work and then returning like around 5 or whatever. Run for the hills. Quick. Okay? Nay. No. Okay? No. I'm trying to think of like, if I found out I was with someone and they were lying to me about going to work every day and they weren't going to work, I don't know what the F I would do. What? What have you been doing? What have you been doing? It doesn't matter. But she finds out. So Jess would later tell the court that on the days where he was committing his crimes, there was a note on the family kitchen calendar that said Mark was at his psychiatrist appointment. Oh yes, you know the calendar that you keep in the kitchen. You see everyone's schedule. His was saying that he was at a psychiatrist appointment, and boy,
Le iba
on
bien las
October
citas.
3rd, 2008, a computer company contractor. His name was Gilles. He was looking for love, as everyone deserves. So he goes on plentyoffish.com, and he ends up matching and like messaging this beautiful 5'6" blonde woman named Sheena. Now the two of them, I guess, like hit it off. They're talking and messaging back and forth, and they decide to meet in person. And Gilles thought it was kind of weird when the Sheena woman, she would not like give an actual address of where to meet her. Instead, Gilles was sent detailed directions that would lead him to the location where they would meet. I don't know, so it kind of sounds confusing actually. Like normally you'd be like, hey, meet me here. And you send like an address or something, or maybe at the McDonald's, like on the corner. But this was not the case. This Sheena person was like, you're gonna make a left, then you're gonna go straight, then you're gonna make a right, and like wouldn't give an address. And then Sheena told Gilles that, quote, the garage door will be open for you. It's like, okay, no front door? All right, that's fine. So when Gilles gets to this location, it's a garage. Great. And it's kind of like partially raised. And he can kind of like see inside the garage, and it's pretty dark in there. It's like kind of a weird way to enter, but this is what Sheena told me to do, so okay. When there's like a crack in the garage and you gotta get down low so you can get into the garage? You get it. So he does that, and he gets into the garage, and then as soon as he gets into the garage, Gilles feels someone grab him from behind. Surprise. It was Mark. Mark was inside, wearing a hockey mask. As soon as Gilles gets inside, he attacks him with a stun baton as soon as he like steps in that garage. Now, a stun baton is like, I guess, way more intense than a stun gun based off of my quick little Google research. I could be wrong, but from what I Googled, it said the stun baton is like way more intense than a stun gun. I don't know how he got his hands on one of these, but I guess maybe you could just go get one. I don't know what I'm talking about, but he stuns him, okay? And then Mark pulls out a gun and then orders Gilles to get on the ground. He's like pointing the gun at him. He's like, get on the ground. So when Gilles is on the ground, Mark then puts duct tape over Gilles' eyes. Oh yes. Gilles told himself, like, I'd rather go my way than his way. And, adrenaline is pumping. So he gets up. He rips the duct tape from his eyes. I know. I was like, oh, ah. Rips that shit off. And then he grabs Mark's gun from his hand. And at this point, Gilles realizes that this gun was plastic. It was a plastic gun, which must be such a relief in that moment, I'm sure. Well, adrenaline's going, but you're like, oh, thank God, this shit's plastic. Anywho, so I guess after this, like, there's a violent struggle between the two of them. So they're fighting each other, and Mark is like grabbing at him, and Gilles was wearing like a jacket, kind of like I got like a zip on, So Mark was like holding onto his jacket, and Gilles like kind of maneuvers out of it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when you can kind of like snake your way out of the jacket. He snakes out of the jacket, and then he rolls out from under the garage door, getting ready to make a run for it. But he rolls out from under the garage, stands up, and I guess Mark is like right on his ass, grabs his legs, and like is trying to drag him back into the garage. Run, Gilles. Luckily, Gilles, he is able to get that dirtbag, get off my feet, and takes off running and hollering. Now, at this point, Mark had like come outside of the garage. He's still wearing his mask. Comes outside of the garage, and he's like gonna start going after Gilles. But he looks, and across the street, there was like this couple who was walking their dog. And they're watching like this whole like weird situation go down. And they're like, this is like so weird. You would stop and be like, what the fuck is going on? So Mark actually sees the couple. He's like, oh shit, and he's trying all of a sudden to act natural. He's like, haha. I mean, I guess Mark wanted the couple to think like the two of them were friends and they were just playing around. So he's like trying to be loud and like, ha ha ha, my friend is so crazy. Ha 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 ha. You know, wow.
No, what
He's
the
like, ha ha
fuck.
ha ha ha. Isn't that crazy? Like, I'm wearing a mask. LOL. So
Llevamos
after
a
taking a
4
few
horas.
moments to make it look like, I don't know, that was his friend, she's like, all right. And then Mark goes back into the garage. Gilles was able to escape. Sadly, after the fact, Gilles wouldn't report like what happened to police because he was embarrassed, which is so sad. You hear about this, like men not wanting to report things because they feel embarrassed by it and stuff, and it's just like this. It's just sad. You know, he didn't feel like he had a safe space to like report this. Gilles would later say that like he tried convincing himself that the attack wasn't as serious as he was making it out to be, or at least like he was trying to convince himself of that. It's just so sad. I felt so bad when I read that because at first you kind of want to be frustrated with him, like why wouldn't you report that? Like why wouldn't you report that? But I understand, and it's just sad. I hope men feel like it's safe to come forward if you're a victim of an attack, catfish, anything like that. Like you can come forward and you can speak out. Don't be embarrassed. And the couple that was walking their dog, they didn't report anything either because technically they just saw like a weird situation take place, but nothing, I guess, that was worth reporting to police. You know what I mean? Like you see something weird and you're like, yeah, that's weird, but I'm not going to call the cops weird. So noted, and that was about it. So then it's October of 2008. Johnny Altinger is a 38-year-old former oil field equipment manufacturer from British Columbia. So he too is looking for love. Hops onto Plenty of Fish and starts talking to people, you know? He matches with this nice lady and they start talking to one another, seem to hit it off, messaging back and forth, and they decide that they're going to meet up. And they're going to meet on October 10th. Now, before going on this date, Johnny actually met up with his friends and he told them that he was going to meet this lady from Plenty of Fish. Now, Johnny actually gave his friends the address that Mark, who was once again pretending to be a woman, had given him for the meetup. So he's like, this is where I'm going, like this is the address, and he gives this to his friends. So once he's done hanging out with his friends, he's like, he heads out, he's gonna go on this date. Johnny heads to the location, you know, that was sent to him, and kind of like before, Johnny was told to enter through the garage. So he parks his car and then he goes into the garage. So when Johnny gets inside the garage, he's then attacked with a lead pipe. And then, like, once he's like knocked out or whatever, attacked with a lead pipe. And then after that, he was stabbed to death. Brutal. Like, what? Like, he didn't have time to think. Well, it was Mark, okay? It was Mark. Mark then takes it like a step further and decides to cut up and dismember Johnny's body. I guess like Mark tried to burn some of the body parts. Yeah, but we know he tried to. I think he realized it either wasn't like a good idea or something because he gave up on that. But he ends up like dismembering the body and like cutting it up and then putting the remains in different garbage bags. And then he was going to take all those garbage bags and like drop them into the storm sewer, which he does. I mean, if you've been paying attention, which I'm sure you have been, this whole attack was just like the movie that Mark had made called House of Cards, right? Mark had like just filmed House of Cards 2 weeks prior to this attack, to this murder, sorry. And it was filmed in that garage where the murder took place. I don't know what to say to that. So 3 days go by, and Johnny's friends and family, they're like getting kind of worried about him. You know, at first they thought like, oh, he's busy, you know, whatever. But on day 3, they're like, okay, something's not right.
Vale, llevamos 4 horitas, 10, así que vamos a mirar quién está en directo para hacer una raid.
Saying that he had met a woman who was taking him on a tropical vacation to Costa Rica. And it's like, okay, what? Right? So Johnny had sent out an email from his account, and I have it in my notes. Don't laugh at me. The email went out October 13th, 2008 at 8:52 a.m. It says, "Hey there, I've met an extraordinary woman named Jen who has offered to take me on a nice long tropical vacation. We'll be staying in her winter home in Costa Rica. Phone number to follow soon. I won't be back in town until December 10th, but I will be checking my email periodically. See you around the holidays. Johnny." If I could flip this table, I would. So, people were like, I don't know what kind of friends you have. But, like, if you're a friend...
Ay,
I know, if one
mierda.
of my
Le di al
friends
enter
was,
que
like,
no
sent me this
es.
type of email, I'd be like, first of all, what? Second of all, where's the invite? Third of all, what? Like, it just, right? It doesn't make sense. It's just random. And then on top of that,
Bueno,
Johnny's
ahí lo
boss
tenéis.
also received
Raido
resignation.
Alta Reina. No sé si va a estar mucho. Vamos a mentir. Pero Raido Alta Reina. Who cares? Yo me piro. Todavía me quedan cosas de laburo por hacer. Bueno, no tanto como otros días, pero me quedan cosas por hacer. Así que yo me piro. Me voy a terminar de laburar. Uy, que descanséis. Y poco más. Poco más. Que en verdad hemos picado un montón. Que como que no se aprecia desde el suelo, ¿no? Pero, uy. Pero hemos picado como todo este cacho para allá. Que es un huevo. Queda muy poquito de esta parte. Esto de hecho lo picaré yo en mi tiempo libre seguramente, pero bueno. Eso, que os dejo cargar el tarri y yo me voy y nos vamos y nos fuimos y nos vamos y nos fuimos. Y nos vamos y nos fuimos 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 y nos vamos. Nos fuimos, papá. Papá.